Welcome to the Underground Lit Fest. We're so grateful that you're here with us for a weekend to celebrate independent literature and community. Thank you to the venue, Culture Clash Records, for being absolutely awesome. Thank you to our hosts, Pella, Shawn, and Zalewski. A special thank you to our organizer, Denton. And everyone else who pitched in to help bring this gathering to life, and all of you who traveled from far to come and be together and share in the words. This fest was put into motion in part by the passing of our dear friend, poet, publisher, and editor Brian Fugé. In addition to bringing us all together, a memorial prize for our chapbook was established in his honor, and Aleathia Dreamer is going to make a little announcement about that.
You can talk about the book first.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, look down your hand.
Oh, yeah. This is a book that we put together of Brian's work after he passed. Aleathia went through his Facebooks and transcribed dutifully all of those poems. It's a wonderful collection. If you can check it out, if you knew him or not knew him, either way.
So, after Brian passed, we decided that we wanted to put together a memorial chapbook contest in his honor. He was always bringing people in from the edge, people that were unseen, and giving them opportunity. So, that's what we like to do with this particular contest. We had about 40 manuscripts from all over. We narrowed it down to 6, and the winner of the first ever Brian Fugé Memorial Chapbook Contest is Deborah Katai. Her own bio is Deborah Katai writes from the intersection of bipolarity, bisexuality, and creative self-doubt, leavened with humor and wordplay. The name of the chapbook is called A Matter of Taste, Poems of Hunger and Thirst. And it was one of those collections that was really vulnerable, but also funny, and every poem pulled you forward into the next poem. Like, I got to the end of it and I was like, it's done? I don't want to read more. So, also, little side note, she has won a few things. She was in 2022, she was a finalist at the Tennessee Williams and New Orleans Lit Fest, and she won 2025 Pride Poetry in Richfield, Connecticut, where she lives near. But this, she is a 70-year-old project manager, and this will be her first book. And that will,
Yes.
so that book will be coming out on his birthday, so every year on his birthday it comes out. So, thank you all for coming.
All right, so now I'm going to turn it over to Pella Felton.
How many of you drove more than 30 minutes to be here today?
Yeah, we did it yesterday.
My, you came to Toledo to be part of this very special community. And I believe that that is because we all share a love of poetry. We all share a love of this community of poetry. And I just want to thank all of you for being here today. Thank Michele and Dan and everyone that helped make this happen today, as well as Curtis Dieter, who will not be here today, but had previously volunteered. Curtis does a lot of important work in Toledo for our literary communities. Beyond that, let's go and get this thing started. I'm very excited. I know, right? We get to hear poetry. Well, we get to sit here and listen to poetry for the next 6 hours. This is going to be a good time, though. I remember that I said we get to. You all drove a long ways to listen to 6 hours of poetry. Remember, you made this choice. And I can't think of anyone to start out with that would be better option right now. This is a late addition to our meeting list today. A pincher we got here. Joe Hoppe is from Michigan and had several books out, and the rest of the bio was crossed out because it was for someone else, except for the word disco. So, disco, please welcome to the stage, Joe Hoppe. Hoppe. Joe Hoppe.
I won't come up to the stage, but please say my name right.
Joe Hoppe.
All right. So, I was inspired. Oh man. Okay, last night I really enjoyed Bob Phillips talking about ship, but also the little flower that can grow from ship. And I'm going to check my time here. Okay, good. It's called Message to You, Reader. Kind of like reading. Message to You, Reader. And it comes with an epigraph. Interviewer, what is poetry? Gregory Corso says, fried shoes. So slather them with bacon grease to let those fried shoes slide down a little easier. Never forgetting that when you ask for something profound, it just means deep and Latin. The depths hold bioluminescence, toothsome whales as big as buses chasing even longer squids that slap spiked paddles long as canoes into flesh they'll draw to their cracking beaks. Farther down, there's worms thriving in geothermal vents, close to boiling and sulfurous as Venus. Dive those depths with your intellect. Use your smarts to heat up, mash, turn it into bourbon, smoothing things out. Clarify dull butter into G. Pour it over popcorn. Sit back and watch the show. Thank you. This is from my book Diamond Plate. Pretty old. You guys remember Michael Collins, not the Irish revolutionary, but the guy who didn't get to set foot on the moon? No? Okay, well, hopefully this is explanatory. But he piloted the command module that circled the moon. And he got his own reward. And he was going to go back up. They had scheduled him to go back on a moonshot. But he didn't go. He said, no thank you. And the reason he said no thank you is because it made his wife too nervous. And what a sweet guy. And he's my favorite astronaut. So this is Michael Collins and the far side of the moon. Like angels in their lack of free will, hovering above us purely as agents. Think of Michael Collins, 14 orbits around the moon, but never getting closer than 9 miles to its surface. Command module for Buzz and Neil, trudging their seas of tranquility and glory. While alone above their heads, he circled like a film noir taxi, keeping the motor running for the getaway. But 47 minutes of each 2-hour orbit found him beyond all contact, in truly cosmic solitude. the far side of the moon, with no earth to look back on, a universe to look out on, all to himself. He was the first man to be that alone. The earth couldn't even see the earth, couldn't talk to anybody, radio silence, and he had that utter aloneness, which has got to be worth something, even if you don't walk on the moon. I'm kind of snorkeling today, forgive me. So I thought I'd read this poem, Werewolf. When you're 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, and the air will not come, it will not return to your lungs, the full moon forest of your bronchioles, a dark and cluttered place. The horror you want is the one that howls, full breath unleashed into powerful beast, red blood rampant with oxygen, running through a wilderness where there's nothing you're allergic to. Oh, excuse me. This one's for Pella and her poem of last night. It's got birds in it. But they're my birds.
Birds are nice.
It's my birds. My kind of bird. This is called Bird Sounds. The sandhill cranes in the swamp across the road sound exactly like pterodactyls must have. An early bird calls at dawn. Its Morse code rhythms sound like an alarm clock. There is a bird whose utterances in the hot afternoon sound like pine cones dropping on a timpani. Another beeps like a delivery truck backing up the driveway so it can get out quick. As they flit between the coral bells, some hummingbirds know the words, but choose to sound like a flat tire on the highway. One bird sings a single note, fill of glass outside the house. It might be a microwave or a finished dishwasher. Pardon me. This is from my book, Try Not to Be a Nature Poet. If you don't have one, come talk to me about it. First real snowfall of the season, November 30th, 2020. And I have to go out in it, wind and gray and white, over the tops of my boots, bundle up as best I can, dreading the unavoidability, all the baggage of another winter. Then 3 steps out the back door, and a miracle of muscle memory places me in childhood's thrill. Cold air in my lungs, cycle, how each year the snow is a new thing, heralding my birthday and Christmas. A smooth blanket covering prickly pollen allergies, where preachers left evidence of comings and goings, birds in bright relief against a rare blue sky. All this walking 100 feet to my truck and its heater and the glimpse that I might get through another year. And this is from Hot Rod Golgotha. I read the title poem last night. Hang on a minute. not making melodic stuff up. It's called Miller-Matic. If I can find it. On page 24. Yeah, Miller-Matic. That's the kind of welder, for those of you who don't know. Miller-Matic 130s and 40. It's best when you're on your back, vulnerable, except for your big gloves, welding mask, and a welding blanket wrapped around, so as you lie there in the sparks and occasional red-hot metal drip, your body goes somewhere else. As you pull yourself, along with the weld, across a molten metal hellscape, where you have the torch, the wand, the complete power, and you feel like the brightest of angels, and angels' heat and light within your hands. Lucifer bringing light, Prometheus bringing fire. And we will close out with a poem called 12-Second Quarter Mile. Now, if you can do a 12-second quarter mile at the drag strip, by the end of that quarter mile, you're doing well over 100 miles an hour. It's a considerable achievement. Some of the things listed in here I have improved with. So 12-second quarter mile. Sometimes I still get caught inside that gap between my hands and my head. Inabilities to cut a straight line, bore holes that are evenly spaced, paint without runs, lay down any kind of weld. I hang under cover with hot rod buddies, mechanics, craftsmen, sculptors and visionaries whose thoughts flesh out into metal capable of 120 miles per hour down the drag strip. These words, so simple and forgiving, my poems routinely chopped and channeled, lowered and louvered and sectioned and scalloped faster than my fingers, though not so quick as my thoughts. How can I make them roar to shake windows, smoke and peel out, burning rubber clouds, shoot flames into the darkness, or even convey the time spent accumulating just the right accoutrements, grinding, sanding, sweet shaping, tripping over my tongue and onto this paper every tool I've ever gathered in constant attempt to wrench this thing free. All right, well, thank you very, very much. Thanks for showing
Joe Hoppe. Trying not to be an introverted in that new collection, correct? Close enough?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we got another lovely poet here. Also another great title of the collection here. Serialism with a C drops on New Year's Eve this year from Roadside Press. Heard of them? Please welcome from Battle Creek, Michigan, Shawn Misener.
So I'm not a poet. There's a lot of really good poets here that I see, and I'm not a performative poet. So I'm not going to try and read poetry. I'm actually a pretty bad poet. But I have a book coming out from Michele, so I'm going to give her a round of applause. I would be here. It's called Serialism, and it's a project. I'm basically trying to transcribe dreams that I've had. I know it's really boring to describe your dreams to people. I tried to do it and make it kind of funny, do it in present tense. So I'm just going to read from this and do the workshop. This story is called, can you guys hear me okay? Can you
No,
guys hear me?
there you go. Some of us are old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, so this is called The Mastery of All Things, including sonatas and pile drivers. I'm suddenly virtuosic on the piano. You may think I look a little silly with a shaved and sprayed body, glistening even in the subdued aura of candlelight, rippling muscles tight, focused on the keys and foot pedals, but I don't feel silly. The black Speedo, tiny down vest, and fully groomed mullet may not pair well with the sonata. I realize this, but it's not like I chose this destiny. It feels great to be in this kind of shape. I could be a sex machine if I wanted to be, a real love-making jackhammer, but so far there's no sign of any women. I close my eyes, I try to will into existence kind of a mashup of every crush I've ever had, sprinkled with Lebanese, but it doesn't work. There are limits even though I can tell you what they are. My old buddy Snoop Dogg saunters into the room. We go through a handshake routine that takes over 10 minutes, ending with double backflips and some brotherly penis swordplay. The penises always get the best words. Damn, Snoop, did you get your shit extended, I asked, popping my pecs. Nah, homie, I got it expandified. That's my Snoop voice. Snoop leaves his package out as display. Oh yeah, I blurted, not knowing what the hell he means. Eventually, we get ourselves clothed again, and I step back on the baby grand, accompanied by some unbelievable beatboxing on Snoop's part. Our musical synergy feels so good, so right, that I find myself whooping and hollering and almost losing control of my incredible love body. Andre the Giant crashes through the ceiling, and we immediately stop the jam in order to tend to his wounds, but he lifts himself up and brushes the dust off his sagging nipples. I can't do an Andre the Giant. Keep playing. I came here to rap with you. I can hardly contain my excitement being in a trio with Snoop and Andre. What? It's fucking awesome. I'm fucking awesome at the piano. I'm fucking awesome, period. After several hours of jamming, including with an unbelievably tight rendition of Kashmir, we hug and jump around and giggle like little girls. These guys are my best friends ever. I ask Andre and Snoop if they know where the ladies are. They look at me confused, like they don't understand the question. Women, I reiterate, females, do you know what I'm talking about? It's cool, Snoop says. You need me to give you a blowjob? You're missing the point, remember. Andre flops down on the couch next to me, which sends me about 10 feet into the air. I land on his lap and he strokes my hair. It's okay, little one, he says. I will make you feel better. I can sense his gigantic hand creeping into my underwear like a clumsy tarantula. I suddenly remember that I'm a badass wrestler, so I go about throwing Snoop out of the stained glass window, then body slamming Andre the Hulk a la Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 3, which I personally saw as a little kid. It quickly becomes a carnage as nameless people start coming at me from all sides. I dispatch them easily, one at a time, for what seems like hours. It's a little like playing the piano. The less I think about it, the easier it is to break your bodies and send them through the window. When the dust settles, I clap the dust off my hands, yell, I'm not going to do the Ric Flair, yell woo, and lean over the balcony. The body of Piles is impressive. Slowly, like a confused ant, finding his way out of a pile of wet wood chips, Snoop emerges from the tangled limbs and torsos, holding up a lit joint, smiling, get your ass down here at the same instance. How much time do I have? How long did that take?
4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, so I had a dream about my daughter. I have 4 daughters. I have dreams about them a lot. This is one that I had when one of them was very young. His other head saunters away. He screws on his hat until it clicks into place. His child's head is loose and keeps sliding off the neck bolt. He tries 7 times to secure her head into place, but as soon as she starts toddling, it wobbles for a bit and falls to the carpet and bounces away. He sees a lot of things that there are no words for. He wonders if, in other languages, they have words for them. The movement of his child's plastic head as it sashays/bounces/spirals away, what do you call that? Saucer. Her head saunters away into the dark closet. Once her head is on for good, he carries her onto the balcony and they're speaking in a tongue he's never heard. He has no idea what they're saying to each other, but they seem happy enough, lots of smiles. They sound like two Swedish chefs, one big, with a deep and comforting voice, the other small, and possessing the squeals and honks of a small bird. Work me, she exclaims, shooting her hands over her wildly headed pleasure, causing it again to pop up. This time it's a 3-story drop from the balcony. Her head rolls into the deep grass. The grass is neon yellow, like shredded cheddar. Her detached head makes its way, rolling from stalk to stalk, chewing contentedly. He's never seen her so happy. He hears a muffled whir from the tall grass, smiles as her headless body, which he is still holding, gives him 2 thumbs up. Thank you.
Serialism is the name of the collection, so that comes out on New Year's Eve from Roadside. So my advice is get an edible and then start reading about blowjobs and Snoop Dogg and all of that loveliness. The things men will do to avoid therapy. Big fan of that, Shawn. That was lovely. That was poetry. You are a poet. You are a poet. I forget who said it. It may have been Ron Pelias that said that poetry is just field notes from the mind. And so I absolutely loved listening to those insane field notes. We've got another great poet up now. This is what I've been looking forward to seeing for a long time. They are a Kentucky colonel, writer, musician. Books include Memorabilia, Birth of a Monster, Songs for Leaving, The Flock Unseen, and many others, which you can, hopefully you purchased earlier. I was about to motion to a collection of books that's no longer out. So I'm happy to introduce to the stage A.S. Coomer. Did I get the name right?
See if we can. I don't hear the feedback. Yeah, there it is. There's definitely feedback.
Oh, yeah. Is it?
Y'all hear that?
Yeah, I do.
Check. Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to read maybe. That's the backup squad. If these aren't going good, can you see me go to those? That's what's going on. All right. Gloria crunched leaves under her bare feet behind the tombstones as she made her way along the shadows, looking for something she didn't even know she'd lost until the sound of someone else's pain stopped her. And for the first time since the funeral, she sees herself there, bones soaked and filthy, soundlessly screaming. Her serpent fingers slip into her black dress's lone pocket, someone else's orange bottle of blues. She knows she's falling, but cannot stop. The clarity intensifies the pain. It's the other door. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the greatest country singer of all time.
Dolly Parton.
George fucking Jones.
Oh,
Anyway, let's get back to George Jones. Alright. I took a road trip, that's what this poem's about. Driving with George Jones, my mind in a vice of heartache for you, watching you in the October leaves fall, on fire and golden, strutting in a line dance processional from their birth in spring to their death and fall. Everything we've been, torn and faded like old denim jackets, lost like cash from their holy pockets. We pray in country songs, and all the sad ones become our songs, palm muted and minor and blue yodels. Late in the simmering Saturday night, we forget all about Sunday morning. Some more George Jones for y'all. George Jones was heartbreak. The king of slow, sad songs that he played fast just to get the audience on his side. Nightjar of dirges, not everybody loves the whippoorwill. My songs ain't nothing if not that refrain. They called George Possum, but they were dead wrong. He was a songbird, a species of one with a golden beak. I don't do covers, never been good at singing other songs. Out of respect, I only play my own. But if I had a voice like George Jones had, I could sing any old song and mean it. These are a bunch of sonnets. I got these little notebooks, they're memo-sized field notes. And I've been taking these extended walks in the afternoons, listening to country music, apparently, too much. And I've got like probably 80 of these memo book poems, and like there's like 25, 15, something like that George Jones poems, and that's not purposeful. He just kept popping up. Damn it, Possum. So here's another George Jones one for you. I carried this line like the sad refrain of a George Jones song. Something soft to crack your hard heart open. Some of us go down to the river to pray. Some go to drown. Some come to clean the blood under their nails. Most of us have wounds, festering pieces of people we've been, all our fractured ways of making amends. Every time we lost and didn't take it like they do on air. When we swam out too far and lost all sight of shore and sure ourselves with hearts so pure, we didn't need God to bless the water. Country music fades, but the moon and me keep up our dancing. I've worn through all my boots, burned through my moves, but she keeps showing me something new, and it takes a lifetime to learn what she's been trying to teach me. In her brief kisses, the waves we make change the course of the earth. We break ourselves relentlessly, we break. My glass-chambered heart blooms into a bouquet of scarring shards. I scoop them up and swallow and swallow. Sometimes the most sincere words sound hollow. Sometimes the delivery is enough. I got two more, and this one features our dear friend Hank Williams, Sr. Old Hank knew the score. Here, desperation, and I saw the light. Later, in pain, he said, there ain't no light. Talk about heartbreak. All the love in our hearts for these false gods poured into these hymns we try to believe. We're all ready to go home. It's a place fixed in remembrance and time, but home is Heraclitus' river. Who knows where it flows? We'll ride this sinking ferry where it goes, already drowning in buckets of tears. We dip into oblivion and sing, float on our hopes, paddle with our guitars. So, dreams. This one came from a dream too, so I guess we're going to do the burying thing all afternoon with our dreams. This is called Drowning in Holy Water. Jesus came back, turned all the water into liquid heroin, passed out clean spikes, self-administered stigmata, the syringe, the new cross we all must bear. This life of sin cleansed in our falls as the living waters have arisen too, sweet Jesus, and they lap at our knotty knees like the nagging sea, and we will be spilled from our cracked glass bodies. Our baptisms of happenstance, where we must earn back the lives we did not ask for. fight against the Baptist hands, fight against tide and wave, fight against the rising runoff in this roadside gutter where we're on the nod, face down. It only takes a little over an inch of water to drown. We enter heaven daily through the crooks in our arms, between our scaly toes and crooked fingers, and as pure as these offerings are, today can be Judgment Day.
A.S. Coomer, give another hand. As part of the process for this event today, Denton asked us all to send in bios. All of you were asked to send in 2-sentence bios today. And I assume that those of you didn't have them written for you. And I can't figure out which of the two is the case now because I've been staring at this bio for like the last 2 hours just in utter bafflement here. Tim Murray, born 1977, is a gifted flamenco dancer. His dream vacation is to visit Northwest Indiana. Please welcome to the stage, Tim Murray.
Oh, we're celebrating my friend Brian Boucher. She passed away, so I'm trying to sit down and write something for somebody, but I'm not ready to do that yet. So I wrote this: the Pied Piper of debauchery. You ever worry that when someone dies, they're given the power of invisibility? That thought conjures images of your deceased grandmother watching you twist one up in your bedroom. Now imagine, if you will, Brian Fouché having those same powers. He sits invisible in my bathtub while I take a shit. The sound of his distinct cackle giggles across and down from the heavens as I cover my wiener, just in case it's true. 12 is the number of the goose. 7 in a time of fives. Remember that. 7 in a time of fives. While getting on with life, lost in contemplative daydream, my mind turned straight to butt. I like to use words, but when I stop talking, my mind turns straight to butt. I like to hang out with Taffy White and Eddie Davis, but when left alone, my mind turns straight to butt. I hate goats and mom, but I think back to butt and I'm happy again. I get on with life like a ghoulish kind of person. I like eating and snoring. I like to contemplate sharks, but when I start the daydream, my mind turns straight to butt. I can't get it out of my mind. I'm not going to read more of it. Things I've Googled recently. Paul Williams, the singer. That guy, you ever heard of him? He's 5'2".
Okay.
5'2". Grace Slick, net worth $20 million. Grace Slick. We built this city. She built the city. Shawn Misener's birth certificate. Turns out he was born in the same Kenyan hospital as Barack Obama. Hey Siri, how do I know if my son is a Sasquatch? Hey Siri. I never have the Wi-Fi password. Shit, that one backfired. How much more time do I have? You're gonna hang out. How much? Let's keep in track.
It's a construct.
It is. You give me money, I give you prize. Here's how it goes. $1 to $19, a verbally abusive handwritten letter from Tim Murray demanding your increased donation. $20 to $49, a pack of clove chewing gum that you will be required to pay postage for. $50 to $74, the honor of taking Tim Murray to lunch. $75 to $99, Tim Murray will visit your house to eat a home-cooked meal of your choice. $100 to $499, spend a week with Tim Murray in your living room. $500 to $999, ladies and gentlemen, people, boys, girls, everyone, a free 1-year subscription to Cat Fancy Magazine. 1,000 plus, this is fucking people, cornerstone, right? An exclusive 90-minute cassette recording of Tim Murray furiously snoring after he downs 2 bottles of green white wine. In home, I think you say. What am I supposed to do now? I stopped the buttons, I didn't know where to read it. There's one about little baby wolves. Here's the deal with the baby, and remember, I'm not your friend. And I have no clue how to get out of this house. That's hard. Is there anything I can do to transform pudding into fallen leaves? Besides being a wolf is a good job, being a wolf mama is a better job. Suckling little baby wolf. A wolf is a wolf is a wolf. Hi, Mama. Hi, Dada. This is about Wolf Michele. Little wolf is in love with Mama and Dada. I don't want to fucking read that anymore either. I don't give a shit about it. I don't want to try to sell it to you guys if I'm true. I don't know if I'm going to read anymore. I think I'm good. I think I reached the end. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to just realize you have nothing more to say and you're just talking. Big round of applause for Tim Murray. Ask him about Ohio, I guess. Because that's what it said in his bio. I've been asked to make a few quick announcements. First, prompted by Tim's question earlier, we are stating a new policy. If you ask how much time do I have left, the new answer is 1 more poem to follow the policy from yesterday. That way you don't have to worry about going over. Don't abuse that, by which I mean don't read Alfred Lord Tennyson's In Memoriam or an equally long poem.
Oh, damn, I got it.
I know, right? I know. Secondly, we have a food truck outside. Joe, big hand for food truck. If you reach a moment where you're like, I'm having fun with this poetry, but I'm real hungry, I wish I could go get some food and then bring it back in here. You can. Please do that at your leisure. And then finally, if you go through those doors back there into over there into the switchboard, and you go all the way down there and turn right, that is your bathroom. So I know some people were asking questions about that earlier. That is how you get to the bathroom. So
Okay, I thought it was the blue box.
yeah, we'll talk about that.
Just for you, Steve.
Just for you, Steve, that is correct.
Sorry.
It's fine, we'll talk. Lovely to introduce the next poet here. It's their first time in Toledo. How are you enjoying it? You having a good time, Jen?
Yeah.
Jen McConnell writes fiction with the occasional dabble into poetry. We love a dabble. She's published 2 collections of short fiction. The most recent, Current Disasters, was published in March with Roadside Press. Heard of them? California native, she's lived in Ohio since 2008, and it's her first time in Toledo. Where in Ohio, yeah? Columbus, lovely. Please welcome to the stage, Jen McConnell.
Can you hear me? Yeah? Alright. So we're going to take a detour into fiction. You don't want more country. We're going to start. Her boyfriend with a difficult name. Every quarterback was named Steve. Every cheerleader Jennifer. the captain of the baseball team, Michael. She didn't see the overwhelming whiteness, the sameness of her hometown until she opened her eyes in another country. She'd never even traveled to another state, and here she was 3 flights later in a foreign land, as her mother would call it. But she was the foreigner, unable to understand what the family was saying, her boyfriend translating every so often. Her boyfriend with the difficult name her mother called him, refusing to learn how to pronounce it, as if he was named that just to cause trouble. She imagined her mother arriving for breakfast, sniffing at the blood sausage, cheese spread, and bitter coffee the family offered. Unlike her mother, she dove into the food with a flow of words, grateful there was more to the world than what she'd always known. This is from my first collection, Welcome to Anybody. It's called Spin Cycle. When the heat subsided, the frogs rained down like a bill come due. Alone in the aquamat, Audrey watched the aggressive green downpour, the hand washables limp in her hands. Voices shouted, brakes squealed, car alarms wailed. Croaking frogs filled the street, and wind swept through the open front door. When it was over, silence set in. Audrey exhaled and set her delicates on the chipped countertop. She glanced over her shoulder at the pajamas and socks tumbling in the dryer. She moved to the open door, shielding her face from dozens of frogs jumping past her into the laundromat. Sounds of the frogs leaping into open machines, flesh landing on metal, followed her outside. On the sidewalk, Audrey nudged the tiny creatures aside with the edge of her sandal. Some were dead, others just sat there breathing. The street was silent except for a woman sobbing and the hum of the overhead cable lines. Audrey saw only a sea of green frogs around her, like moss blanketing a fallen oak. She lifted her gaze. This sudden moss covered not just the street and the sidewalks, but the tops of cars and bus shelters and the newspaper boxes chained to light posts. Aubrey bent down to peer at the frogs in the gutter, close enough to smell the stink of brimstone or sulfur, or whatever it was that clung to the poor creatures. She sniffed, thinking of high school biology, when a boy dared her to lick a frog before they dissected it. He told her that's how people got high. Who, she asked, could be that desperate? Her next thought, where in the world, was interrupted by the sight of a frog looking up into her face. No time for this to register as the frog croaked at Audrey and jumped into the air. Another frog croaked, then another, until the entire street was croaking and hopping around like popcorn in hot oil. Audrey jumped back, landing on a frog, the flesh turning to mush under her heel. She looked through the aquamat window and saw that the dryer had finished, her warm clothes waiting for her return. She stood still as the frogs hopped around her. Instinct told them to jump, but not where to go. This is a microfiction. It's called The Wrong Way. Of course, I thought, as the car slammed into me because I stepped into the road looking the wrong way. Why else would I have spent the last few weeks purging the boxes of old journals and scrapbooks and love letters if I hadn't seen the end coming? It wasn't your burden to go through my memories, and I didn't want you to see that I wasn't everything you hoped I was. We always break up near water. 1, we sit on the banks of the river on the last day of summer. The drought has left only a trickle down the center of the dry riverbed, so there's no sound of water to distract us from the words hanging between us. Nothing will be final until one of us walks away. 2, we arrive at a pool party hosted by your coworker. After starving myself to fit into a bikini, I need only 3 watery cocktails to trip and fall into the pool. You leave embarrassed and your boss has to drive me home. 3, we stand near the confluence of 2 rivers in the middle of the country as we road trip from one coast to the other. Silence for miles, followed by sharp words stabbing each other until we're hollowed out. The next day, we're overly polite, as if we just met. 4, we keep returning to each other a bit out of love, but mostly out of fear. We're more miserable apart than we are together, we tell ourselves, holding space until someone better comes along. 5, we end for good standing next to the ocean, giving up like a bloody boxer who can't take another round. The tears you try to hide taste like the sea as I kiss you goodbye. Thank you.
Jen McConnell. Josh Olsen is a librarian and columnist for SlamWrestling.net. His latest books, Things You Never Know Existed, essays, is available from Roadside Press. Please welcome to the stage, Josh Olsen.
Lovely introduction. All right, thank you. So I regret to inform you that not everything I read today is going to be about wrestling, but this first one. It's called The Hammer Takes a Knee. Greg the Hammer Valentine takes a knee to sift through a box of action figures. It's possible he's looking for one of himself, maybe even pocketing it while the vendor is away and seeing how much it costs, compared to contemporaries Jake the Snake Roberts or Honky Tonk. But it's also possible that he's just feeling nostalgic. How odd it must be that a ratty Rubbermaid container full of used rubber and plastic toys can substitute for a photo album or yearbook. The selection of action figures portray the various stages and styles of your life and career. The manufacturers continue to distribute and profit off the likeness of deceased friends and relatives. I imagine that Valentine assumed that no one was watching him do this, or maybe he just didn't give a fuck. After all, what kind of yahoo would waste their time spying on Greg the Hammer Valentine as he looked through a box of gently used toys, while a 20-man over-the-top battle royal was taking place in the very same room? But most of the men presently in the squared circle have never had their very own action figure, and it's likely that most of them never will. And even though Greg the Hammer Valentine is now far from mint condition, it isn't every day that you see a toy come to life. I wrote that after tabling at a wrestling fan fest in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And I didn't sell many books that day, but I did get that story up.
That is a great chapbook title, by the way.
What?
Tabling at a wrestling convention in Fort Wayne, Indiana. That's a Mountain Goat song.
Even though I'm reading from my collection of essays, I'm trying to select pieces that originally began as poems to kind of stay in the spirit of poetry today. In this next one, even though it's a Saturday, this one's called TGIF. I sat in my car eating egg salad while my colleagues and coworkers returned from lunch, drunk with laughter and bellies full of sushi or tacos or pizza. I convinced myself that I had no interest in their revelry, but I wasn't invited in the first place. I sat in my car eating chicken salad while students milled about in the parking lot, discussing their classes and homework. They're undoubtedly smarter than me, future engineers and innovators, but when I overhear them swearing and complaining about professors and see them vaping cotton candy heat juice and riding longboards, I'm reminded they're the same age as my daughter, and hence I'm old enough to be their dad. I sat in my car eating a handful of pistachios while two maintenance employees smoked cigarettes behind the dumpster. I sat in my car eating cold meatballs while I watched a family live across the street. The woman arranged a load of wet laundry upon her porch and simultaneously wrangled a crew of children as the man shared a joint with the driver of a white minivan idling in their gravel driveway. It was scorching hot, and everyone across the street was in a state of joyous undress, regardless of their body mass index or questionable choice of tattoos. And in that moment, I wanted nothing more than to strip off my sweat-dampened shirt and ask for a hit of that joint. I sat in my car eating brown sugar and onions, crying as I listened to Shania Twain's Still the One, thinking to myself, thank God it's Friday. This is fucking awesome, right? I mean, not me, but like this. So this next piece was, I had a free, like a micro zine, essay, or a poem that was published in Taco Bell quarterly. And so was this one. This was awesome. And it's titled, When a Woman in the Taco Bell drive-thru gets out of her car to pay for her order because her driver's side window doesn't roll down, I'm reminded of my mother, Rhonda. When Bruce Willis, as John McClane Die Hard, pulls broken shards of glass out of his bloody bare feet, I'm reminded of my mother, Rhonda. Heart's Bad Animals album on cassette reminds me of my mother, Rhonda. Wigs and hair extensions remind me of my mother, Rhonda. Antiques remind me of my mother, Rhonda. Eating chili dogs on Halloween reminds me of my mother, Rhonda. Threatening to throw hot bacon grease in someone's face reminds me of my mother, Rhonda. Obsession by Calvin Klein reminds me of my mother, Rhonda. Handwritten letters that smell like patchouli, and birthday cards that smell like patchouli, and Christmas cards that smell like patchouli remind me of my mother, Rhonda. The Flirt display at Dollar Tree reminds me of my mother, Rhonda. The music video for All I Want to Do Is Make Love to You by Heart, Open Arms by Journey, and Don't You by the Pussycat Dolls remind me of my mother, Rhonda. Florida Georgia Line reminds me of my mother, Rhonda. Glitter, the 2001 Mariah Carey film, as well as Glitter, the sparkling material, reminds me of my mother, Rhonda. Ads for Miss Cleo, an unpaid telephone bill, remind me of my mother, Rhonda. Slippery Nipples, the shot/cocktail. Shopco Northside reminds me of my mother, Rhonda. Gallstones and gastric bypass surgery and diet pills and caffeine pills and ephedrine and trim spa baby and GERD and tongues and root canals all remind me of my mother, Rhonda. Drive-in theaters remind me of my mother, Rhonda. Voice-to-text emojis and typos remind me of my mother, Rhonda. Doilies remind me of my mother, Rhonda. There's an incomplete and ever-growing list of things that remind me of my mother, Rhonda. But more than anything else, when I'm in the Taco Bell drive-thru and have to get out of my car to pay for my shredded chicken quesarito because my driver's side window doesn't roll down, I'm reminded of my mother, Rhonda. This was two of my favorite things, beer and sushi. Woo! One of my son's friends was working the register when I stopped to buy gas station sushi and a 6-pack of Coke. Last time I saw him in fall 2019, I took him and my son to Tyler the Creator at the Masonic Temple, so I didn't recognize him now with his curly black mullet and matching mustache. I'm sure plenty of his friends' parents strolled through his line, but I wondered how many of them had taken him to a concert in Detroit when he was 15, and if I was the first on a Saturday night buying beer and sushi and a Dusty Rhodes t-shirt. I paid and stepped outside as a woman whipped down the street on an ATV with a toddler on back. No shoes, no helmet, no baby seat, just a toddler holding out for dear life. And they were fucking glorious. And if you're curious, that is 100% true. So, woman with a baby on an ATV. Saw it with my own 2 eyes in Michigan. And I'll end with my version of a love poem for my partner who's not here today. Fancy Meatloaf. I was simply looking for a new way to make use of the miscellaneous meats and vegetables purchased for the pandemic. But it just doesn't get any better than a frozen pepperoni pizza. Eaten outdoors while playing Yahtzee, listening to Zach and Roger, drinking iced rosé after a full day of spreading cedar mulch and planting arborvitae with the woman we've loved since 2002. Big hand for Josh Olsen and his mother Rhonda. I'm going to read this one verbatim. For those of you who don't know Steve Goldberg, congratulations. For those of you who do, sorry. Steve used to write to get checks, but now wants cash, and we all know poetry is not the way. He has a history of poor choices like this. Please welcome Steve Goldberg!
You're doing great job, by the way.
Thank you. You are too.
Well, you haven't seen me yet.
Oh, but I believe in you, Steve.
That's one.
So I don't know, the other readers, do you have the keys?
It's over. It's in the blue bucket.
Sort of, yeah, I mean, it's a blue book, thanks.
Someone grab the bucket.
All right. Let's give me some room here. These are all the devices to calm myself down. Wow, religious. If there really is a God, he must be a New Yorker and an Italian Jew. And if he exists, how do I know that he likes me? I know because he's constantly breaking my balls. So I pray, enough already, goddammit. And then he would say to me, forget it. And buy me a pastrami sandwich with Dr. Brown's. It doesn't hurt, though. Now, only if you need. Only if you need. That's the first pass, guys. So, from Cleveland, and there's a rather historic cemetery there that First Garfield has his memorial there.
And Harvey Peacock. And Harvey.
Yeah! It's really an awesome place, and I try to go there each year. It's got all kinds of famous folks. We got Alan Freed, the inventor of rock and roll, at least the word. Elliot Ness, and so here's one from being here to this year. I'll walk through a famous cemetery filled with famous people, or rather formerly famous people, or rather former people, that is corpses. But I digress. The famous cemetery was filled with something that most do not sense. Lovely dogwoods flowering on the spring, accompanying daffodils layered on a hill, breezes full of perfume swim across manicured grass. The grace of swans skim along ponds. They are all the same as at most people's homes, though most of us don't have ponds or swans. Though maybe a duck, if there is a pond. We have the same swallows, robins, and starlings. Things so familiar that a burial grounds version merely elicits complacency, if noticed at all. We also have the stillness, if we intend as such, apparently. With phone ringers off, alarms muted, no radio, no TV, no naughty-haired munchkins, no nagging wife. Yes, I have silence. And the cemetery has silence, but with an important partner that makes all the difference between here and home. A stealthy companion, always there but rarely felt. Not cliched death as most would conclude in this context, but peace. That rare and precious commodity, peace. I realize I'm having trouble reading that because I can't see it. Oh, that's better, but I can't see you guys. Don't get old.
We're not that good looking.
Well, look what you got to prepare yourself. You're my new best friend. I'm going to read one from my book, Histories and Afterthought. Came out a few years ago. My publisher, Jason Reber, probably doesn't give a shit. But I do. With success. With success comes expectation of success. But success slides in through the back door, ignoring all the conventions of polite company. It comes suddenly, without knocking. It knocks over vases and spills milk. Expectation demands recreation of the unplanned, of the unconventional, that which cannot be manufactured. It shows itself obnoxious, rude, a fat hobo at the back door, hands out, stinking of itself, hate in its eyes. It is pressure and more expectation, an expectation that kills its parents, destroys the good, that generated success in the first place. So success
is a failure, and it's easier to skip to the end, close the lights, light a cigarette, sip a beer, and check the lock on the back. So I want to first acknowledge my friend Richard Larner of Oakland, because he taught me the word ululation. This was called Tongue Tickles and Tears. A usual morning coffee routine of usual YouTube scans when my ever-present fascination of language and pronunciation was piqued by a thumbnail on the origination of the rolling R. That strange and delightful reverberation that resides in exotic lands, across seas, and remain in some isolated English-speaking enclaves with peculiar accents and dialects that make conversations into melodious songs. My anticipation of learning such esoterica was abruptly severed with a vision clouded by teared-up eyes. Shit. An unswallowed mouthful of coffee, caught in the throat by breath that would not come. Through the tearful fog, images of the past replaced the laptop screen. Memories of a gray-haired woman making me laugh with tongue-rolling sounds. Sounds that a little boy could not reproduce. The feeling of her outstretched index finger on my lips, interrupting my vain attempts to roll those R's. Her crow-footed eyes, squinting as her laugh lines deep, full of the special joy that only comes from organic, solitary scenes of intimate connection. As the present day returned, I found I still had a mouthful of coffee. After a swallow, yet another attempt to recreate that sound, to feel the ululation of tongue on roof mouth, to hear the geriatric giggle. As unsuccessful now as it was in high school French class, as it was sitting on her lap. For my efforts, I was left with body-shaking sobs, salty liquid on a cheek, a sigh. So many decades ago, instead. I miss my breath. I did that poem a couple of miles, and still, I can't get rid of it. So staying with the vein of family, you guys don't know, but so 7 weeks ago, I became a great-grandfather. Just one note on this poem, I use the word mama lotion, which means mother tongue in English. So I'm a Zadie. Yes, I am too young to be a great-grandfather, a Zadie in the mama lotion of my people. And was what I called my great-grandfather, a privilege that was still very rare to my generation, and was the norm of the times. Marriage and childbearing was done young. One-way cemetery visits were also done young, and many times too often. I remember sitting on my Zadie's lap as we watched the black and white TV one summer in 1969. Me, almost 7 years old, Chaim, 91 years old, still functioning, talkative, and very loving to his family. Through the flicker on the screen, we see a man-like figure dressed almost like the Michelin Man, hop off a ladder on a bug-looking vehicle. A small step, he said. Mine Zadie said, phew. I asked, what's wrong? And so began a discussion here, one of life in the old country, of no cars, of no radio, of no electricity, of kingdoms and of empires and of persecution. This, he said, was of storybooks, of fancy tales told over fireplaces, of translated books by Jules Verne. Now a reality, never imagined possible when sitting on a ship across the Atlantic. This was my Zadie, my archetype extraordinaire. I can't help but wonder if the squiggly little pink bundle in my arms, tiny hand grasping my pinky, will one day climb into my lap as some world-shaking event unfolds, informed by an interrupted streaming service, or brain implant, or telepathic broadcast. Miracles to my lifetime. Maybe we'll finally be the cure to cancer, or successful Mars colony establishment, or dare I even dream it, world peace. I can hear myself repeat a phew, and maybe she also will be interested in why. Then stories of a time long ago, with landline phones and computers in industrial cabinets and smoky bars, of 56-cent gasoline for cars that used gasoline, of visiting neighbors from around the world who shared their kind of food, shared their kind of song, of being outside to play, kick the can, hide and seek, red light, green light, and drinking water from a random garden hose when we were finished. If I followed the blueprint drawn for me those many years ago, she'll remember her Zadie, the same wonder of his world, like I did of mine. I'm referring to you way too often, Miles. He teaches philosophy sometimes and has taught me a lot about Stoicism. So this one has an epigraph by Seneca. It is not what we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot. Remember when in our youth our supportive parents used to tell us we can do anything, we can see everything, and that it is only up to us and our determination? Well-intentioned lies, projected dreams they themselves failed to live, but we try. We maneuver through all that life requires of us, fulfilling expectations demanded by those encouraging parents, expectations they felt should be taught as lessons in pragmatism. Yet in facing our own geezerhood, and our parents is still around facing their own dotage, it is inescapably recognized that we will not see any of those lions and elephants on the Serengeti, see the northern lights dancing in Iceland. We will not learn didgeridoo from Australian Aboriginals, nor discover the cancer cure, or even finish a simple backyard re-terraformation, or develop the Schwarzenegger body, or write the great or even mediocre American novel. We will not be able to read all the books we want. We will not watch all the classic movies we aspire. We will not make all that money to share with family, to contribute to cherished causes, or even to just hoard. We must concede things are not going to be seen. Things are not going to be done. The perfection once envisioned in dreams from an optimistic youth will remain unactualized. There is just not enough time to learn the skills, never mind to master them. Stoic Seneca has said, "He who is everywhere is nowhere." Prioritizing and multitasking is not enough. Capability does not match aspiration, no matter what propaganda our parents fed into malleable minds and developing psyches. It is not their fault, and it's difficult to admit it's not our fault either. Recognition is the big step, but it is not wisdom in of itself. The wisdom is what to do with this revelation, this recognition that so much of our lives were wasted. What do we do now? I don't know how many big festivals you folks have seen. I know a number of you have, because that's how I met you guys back 10, 15, 20 years, almost 20 years past. But honestly, having done one myself, it's a lot of freaking work, and it really should give it another hand. Because this shit is hard to pull together. And, thank you. This last one, I call Xanadu's talismans. I always start my day looking out the kitchen window while always necessary coffee brews. The gaze is at my large yard and tiny patio, searching for clues because inevitably there'll be a new frivolous item left on the unkempt lawn, on the patio table or rusting chair, or snuck under an untrimmed bush, or laying on a weedy flower bed. Much of the time it is a ball, small but sometimes large, white or blue or pink, faded by a long forgotten sun. Once it was a Barbie doll, sitting on a chair like it was waiting for a waiter to bring afternoon tea. Another time there was a couple of toy soldiers scattered around the patio drain, bivouac before a siege, or maybe just lying about in blissful relief of surviving an impossible onslaught, like a recent summer storm. For the first few days, I keep each of these items right where I first saw them. Maybe the owners will return to collect them. Who these owners are, I have no idea. It has been months since neighbors with children were around, moved away with the frequent shifting winds of misfortune. A longtime neighbor, an old man much younger than I, left suddenly after living there for a few decades. He took his visiting grandchildren with him. I am left without just the joyous laughter of little people playing, left only with the silence of my own curmudgeonry. After those few days, I moved the pieces to a box in the garage, just in case their masters come back. Occasionally, as I passed, I picked them up one by one and gazed in wonder, the wonder if tears were shed for their loss. On another morning of my coffee routine, through the window, I saw a deer, a young doe with dark, inquisitive eyes, nosing a ball around on the patio before nibbling on ostriches that go by the garage. That got me thinking that maybe critters bring the things to my yard, as if the yard was a safe place, like a bank or a church, sacred ground. Animals have always visited. I once had a rabbit stretch out and nap in the pergola's shade before the mischievous Cleveland weather blew it to bits. Groundhogs would come in early spring to call Phil a liar. For years, a black and white cat has trotted through, so feral it refuses food left out even in winter. The aforementioned deer and probably its immediate ancestors. I've seen dogs both singly and in 3 or 4 member packs come by to sniff a bit and sometimes frolic around. Some of the balls found have tooth marks of canine delight on them. Perhaps they belong to them. In a corner of the garden, a stone Buddha statue watches all these going-ons through half-closed meditative eyes. They seem to want me to believe that at least some of these speculations are true. That yes, these toys, things of joy and delight, belong to the shadow children, belong to urban wildlife, belong to garden gnomes, to leprechauns and wood nymphs and fairies and reincarnated spirits of past and future. They belong to returning souls and future visiting entities, to ghosts, to children not yet born, to anybody that yearns to have some fun and unattached joy, to anybody that desires the blissful freedom of just being here. Here, in this unexpected, unprepared oasis, miraculous in my neglected backyard, this chivalry, this honest wildness and undiscovered playfulness welcomes all to participate. Even me. A cup of morning coffee is optional. Thank you.
Steve, can I tell you a secret? I'm happy to know you. That was lovely. What a lovely journey into a whole lifetime. I really love that. Steve Goldberg, by his book. This has been a lovely first set. I have loved all of these, which is why I don't say this to denigrate anyone else, but Juliet cook's my favorite of all time. So Juliet doesn't fit inside an easy bake oven and rarely cooks. She would rather read and write poetry. She is the founder and maintainer of Blood Pudding Press, a micropress in Northeast Ohio. She is the queen of the Goths who, after eating a Pomegranate in 2008 was bound to Hades and comes out every year at around Halloween to bring all of the cool, gothy darkness with her back into the poetry world. I am so excited to welcome Juliet Cook.
So I've had to pee for quite a while too, but I didn't want to miss anyone, so hopefully I don't wet my pants or something here. Also too, I appreciate being able to participate in this reading. I've enjoyed all the other readers so far, and I have books if anyone wants any, and other than that, I'm just going to read my poems. This one's in my book, Revolting. It's called Flushing Me Down the Toilet. The mold specialist sneaks inside my home and inspects my toilets. She wants me to mold myself into her tiny bed or underneath her. In her mind, there's not enough space unless everything gets stored inside one box and shoved inside one closet. She wants to replace my poetry with baby diapers to cover up most of the shit that spews out of my dirty words. The stuff that is not associated with food preparation shouldn't be on my counter. Meat should not be rare. Words should not be bloody. Everything should be well done or hidden away. The stuff that might interfere with a vacuum cleaner shouldn't be on my floor. I shouldn't be on my own floor either, unless I'm about to have a seizure, in which case I should quickly crawl under the bed to hide my ugly jerks and moans and drools. Nobody else should be in my bed unless she approves of their fingers or cuts them off, or can speak for them after scraping the dust and debris out of their unclean mouths. I can't drive, so nobody else's car should be in my garage. Expired. Oh, this one I wrote because I was solicited to write some poetry for like a bird anthology, and I don't usually have too many birds in my poems, and I have a hard time putting them in there.
Birds are nice.
They are, but I just don't have that many in my poems. So this one's called Expired. A giant pelican mouth dives towards me as if I am a small fish to be swallowed. Then it gags and spits me out like I'm not even worth consuming. I am stuck in a cruel lullaby of curdled milk, trying to gurgle its way into another space in which I do not belong. My brain is a difficult to digest abyss, trapped inside a skeleton mouth, broken wings inadvertently posing for the next predator. I can't fly away, I can't swim. The best I can do is dive into myself. Fragmentation. The robots break dance to commemorate human extinction, supplant human language with AI-generated words. New history of new birthing process. Hearse parked outside Adult Mart. Robots making out with loitering dead human corpse heads until they break down into past severed ties. I can't read your robot mind and you replaced mine. Bug-bot tools for eyes. Insects crawling out of my mouth. Words no longer my own. I try to be real, but why? So many people don't seem to care what's really real or not. So many people don't seem to care how others really feel or why. My mind is my own warped confessional booth, filled with past secrets and self-doubt and lack of disclosing everything. Pretending I don't care what others think about me. I don't pray. I don't always believe in myself or much of anything else, or anyone else's sincerity. I think this current world is brimming with lies, half-truths, false prophets, propaganda, other forms of fakery. I try less often than I used to. What is the point when so many seem to be hooked into scrolling around on AI-generated screens that are spying on us while attempting to inform us of what's important, fake news? Maybe I'm paranoid, or maybe I'm exaggerating before I start to dumb myself down too. Maybe we're all taking part in a long strand of sticky orange circus peanuts, artificially flavored until we expire. Deteriorating words. Old paint peeling from the ceiling and landing on the floor. An outdated song you don't like keeps playing inside your head on repeat, whether you're awake or asleep, or at least trying to fall asleep in bed, or hiding underneath the bed, and why in the hell is your head stuck somewhere you don't want it to be? It feels like you're spinning the bottle until it breaks, then gagging bloody shards of glass out of your own mouth. Then the parasitic afterbirth will crawl back inside you for a feast to remove the rest of you. Now you're in the passenger seat, all the billboards drenched with blood and bad dream scenes from your past. You can't see the driver, but he's in control of the vehicle. He tells you to rip apart all your pieces of paper, throw them out the window. All you can see is tiny bits of separated letters flying backwards, flying away, landing on roadkill. An abandoned kitten being devoured and spit out, and you can't save it. You don't even know where you, and you can't save it. Your sense of direction is a mess. You'll never retrieve yourself. You don't even know where you are anymore or how you got here. Your words are gone, stuck inside another abandoned mixtape. All right, I have two more. This one came from a little quote off of a poet friend of mine on Facebook, Jonathan S. Baker, and his quote was, "She was a stroke victim, that all she could say was, 'there,' like she was trying to console you." And the poem is called Word Paralysis. But what if she was trying to console her own brain? Transfer her damaged parts out of the ether or any place other than stuck inside her head? What if she was trying to promote herself to herself, praying that another word would emerge one day, instead of just there? She wanted to remember her name. She could feel it inside her head, but it wouldn't come out. She could see its general length, but didn't know how to say it. Her syntax was running backwards. The speech therapist yelled at her for getting upset that she couldn't express herself the way she used to. She was supposed to feel lucky. She was still alive, and not just a puddle of drool dripping down an unnameable face, not entirely paralyzed. She wants to let others know how she feels, but she can't get the words out. She wants to ask if it will be temporary or permanent, but before she comes anywhere close to revealing her words, everyone else has left. Her session has ended, and she still can't explain where she is. She can't recall the word of the room she's in. An emaciated kitchen, a tiny shutter, a stuttering shudder, an intersection with you. Who are you? Where is she? On a sectional couch in her least favorite color, which she can't remember the word for either. A moldy purple bathroom, a lonely gray bedroom, broken closet door which stays locked shut from the inside, Is she still there? There? Will she be trapped there forever? A nebulous cumulonimbus cloud stuck in her head, space slightly askew, like some sort of unnamed internal war zone. Imposter of herself within herself. Okay, this last one, thanks for listening to me. This is called Intrusive Obsession. Hiding in the background, then quietly limping to the side of my peripheral vision, then suddenly racing towards me. Screaming internally, then constricting my throat with heaves and gasps and compulsions, ever remembering screaming, obsessive images about how men, like cream pie dripping down younger women's thighs, and I'm a boring middle-aged woman his age. Saggy breasts and a heart instead of just a vagina that is going to explode like a Ouija board strobe light inside my brain. This obsession won't stop until my head splatters on the wall.
Thank you so much to Juliet, Steve, John, Ken, Tim, Coomer, Shawn, Joe, Hoppe. Woo!
Yeah.
Joe, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Then we're going to come back. We have another great lineup, including Aleathia. We've got Miles here in Toledo that are sponsored by this, and so that we can continue to make stuff like this possible in Toledo. Thank you all for doing that. Also, I want to remind everyone, bathrooms, in case you need to pee, in case the act of doing poetry makes you need to pee, which is a natural thing. We have a bathroom over there. If you go through that curtain over there, past the lovely people watching soccer / European football, then there's a little bathroom right down that way, right before the door. And also, just a quick reminder, we're doing 10-minute sets today. If you are wondering what a 10-minute set is, just imagine half of the song in the Garden of Eden, and you are there. So I'm really excited about this next set of readers. It's a collection of people I've never heard read before, in some of my all-time favorites. This is a banger lineup, and we're starting with this name was said to me literally 9 seconds ago, and I've already forgotten how to pronounce it. So I apologize for remangling that is about to happen. Is it Aleathia? Aleathia, there we go. Aleathia Dreamer is an adventurer who loves all manner of the arts. She is happy to be roaming around the world, even in times of unrest and inequality, because it allows her to remember how good being alive really is. Hell yeah, let's hear it for being alive and for... I just said it! Aleathia? Yes! Oh, that's right! Aleathia Dreamer!
So I'm going to read from 2 of my most recent roadside festivals. This one's called We Don't Get to Write the Ending, and it's kind of about when relationships fall apart and you start to realize it's disintegrating and you don't want to admit that to yourself. So these would be the major relationships. This one's called Fallout. Noise drifts from your mouth into my airspace like shards of glass in my ears. I cannot find the words to tell you the truth. You like it. You and me, alone with your face like a mirror, forcing me to watch this interminable suffering. You exist in a selfish, capsized world, locked in the basement, going under a process of evolution. And smile as the pain cells that fall out on my face, smudged and dirty, twisting to revenge. Each of these concentrates on a different relationship. The Folk House, Part 1. Rusted bars creak when your right hand pushes open the gate. Your other warm and firm in the valley of my back, a gentleman of the first degree. The gesture at once quickens my heart. We laugh nervously in the long, dark corridor with its catacomb silence, and my clicking heels on the Spanish tile below. The walls rough beneath my fingers, in earthen braille, its beauty only grasped in this temporary blindness. The tunnel opens easily into a courtyard, wooden trellis crowned and dripping with wisteria. The color reminds me of the lilacs still in my hair, plucked deviously from a stranger's tree when you said you'd never smelled it. 2. I listened to the lilt of your voice making small talk, letting you go on, knowing very well that you hate it, but you sense it will draw me out into the sand. This first mingling in the world without being caught inside thoughts. We smoke, inhaling deep the clouded sky heavy with complaint, the flowers mixed perfumes, the chatter of friends, and the lingering smell of our excitement still fresh on the skin. I look up as the first drops descend, the stars, the distant memories tonight. My life changes with each breath. So fast I am spinning, and then it is all quiet. Your voice, the city, the people. And I catch you watching me, smiling like the seas. 3. You let me hold your hand beneath the table. The room lit with white Christmas strands around makeshift stage, and the whisper of coup de foudre taking my breath by surprise. Closer, fire dances and photos by way of ghosts let in through the high window, making kaleidoscope women behind the soft brown models of Westons, sweating rings on the tabletop. As the singer's voice shocks the air around us all. We are captured in the church at his piano, his voice the heaven we can't bring ourselves to believe exists. And when he reaches the pinnacle, there is silence. Millbury night. The sky has metabolized into the gleam of summer night, and the lights flip on in the field unnoticed over the carnival sounds. But I see them flare against the dark, those Friday night lights that you've seen so many times before. And we stand like islands amidst the swirling rides and hustle of children, ready for more dizziness, anticipating fireworks, our own anticipation heavy and brimming, and never overflowing. It comes close, it settles sweeter and deeper, never dissipating again. Vulgus. You must be open to everything, he tells me as I walk out onto the porch to the stars and burn lungs with the sweet south. There is a great silence in the noise, watching blue-screened television through blinds and absorbing the hum of garage door lights, making a mirage on wet pavement. Rain trickles as if slow-moving rivers into the night. Water dripping from the wood beneath my feet vibrates like the inner sanctum of a clockmaker. The gears in my head constructing time stealers. I hear 18 wheels on the wet curves, air and brakes signaling the solemn fact that these small towns go ghost on Sundays at 6. All that is left are the strangers gliding over tangles of highway, silver-backed foxes though slum and hunt. With nimble fingers, even in the damp coming winter, I tell him sadly, but with conviction, there are no stars today. No stars. Moon and cigarette smoke. We snuck away from the camp under the guise of needing to use the restroom. The moon was full and shone on the road so brilliantly we left our flashlights dead in our hands. At the playground, we moved around like children. The newfangled teeter-totter, the swings and hanging loops our bodies wouldn't fit through enticed us. On the swings, we shared smoke, and you told me how your mother was the highest swimmer you'd ever seen. I thought about my own special moments on the swings with my mom, but left it silent. Let your story live there in the moonlight and cigarette smoke. singular virtue. He looked at me through the screen, head tilted in contemplation. What he wanted to tell me hanging precariously on the curve of his bottom lip. A deep sigh. Never mind, he said. I don't want to scare you. I did push him. That confession on my own lips, waiting. Patience has always been my singular virtue. So the last section of this book were sort of relationships that never got off the ground. It's called Flashes in the Pan. But this poem's called Argentina. Your smile and that silver tongue asking me not to make you kiss me in the middle of the street. In your truck, intoxicated sideways, the lines of the road go by too fast to remember where they started. You said things I'd not heard in far too long. And I let myself bathe in the words tumbling over my warm, listening flesh. I didn't care if they were true, or if you remembered my name, only that it was possible to be alive. Five stood down, so much silence, protracted distance between us when once your hot breath pushed into my ears, injected with a deep need I was supposed to fill. Now the stench of Aleathia marches on pale wood, like an army of ants carrying 10 times their weight, still strong. Once I wanted you, once you wanted me, and now I just want you. Little Graveyards. This is a collection in the span of I've been a nurse for over 20 years, and so most of the poems in here I cannot read without crying, so I'm going to read the two that I could make it. And these are still available. Michele at Roadside, so check them out there and bring it in yourself. Balancing a cup on the edge of a garbage can. Agitated fingers, long and slender, twist the helix of time. These are two roads that run across, that call his mental state a bad case of identity. They incriminate his coat as evidence against him. He refuses to part with it, lest we discover the truth locked in the fibers of the fur trim he scraps on his neck. Primes. He slinks around the house, ginger tail switching, a seductive finger to entice her through the golden threads of her sanity, so there are no more lines to cross. She catches him in taunt, with the steel, the knife, nails digging into his scruff as a perpendicular line draws liquid warmth onto her hand. Two sets of eyes locked hard, blistered in emptiness. Still, his tail moves with unseen electricity. Her volition extracted by the cuts, deep and red, as she finds herself peeling flesh from bone in ragged strands. It is 3, here 5, at 7, the chime 11 of 13 voices, brings up 17 of crimes. Filtering out words until they're all that's left. Rocking forth and back, rudimentary movements in rapid succession to the beat of crimes 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. Kitty, kitty, she calls. Staring at blood-soaked hands in her lap. Linear mind rocking faster with the bits of fur in the nails. And matter congealed to skin 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. The scariest thing about cancer is my own body fighting against me with cells stuttering and stacking, like a deep hidden obsession I never learned to let go of. The crater cut into the side of my face, bullet hole, an excavation, an empty mine shaft, filled with questions no one in the universe has answered. It's a dark ugliness I show myself an outdoor silent evening. There is pain in places I've never imagined. My smile tugging on the edges of a star-shaped, first-rimmed flesh, shrunken half its size, and pull of an invisible string for vanity in the guise of healing. But the thing that hurts the most is the pale face of my child. The light sweat collecting on their brow.
Sometimes the best poems are the ones that we can't let out of our hearts. Thank you for that, Aleathia. That was extremely powerful. Thank you for sharing that. That was a really unexpectedly powerful poem. I should have known it was coming. But, I'm going to take a second to catch from that one. Before we shift gears to something completely different, millennial pause. And now, coming to you live from the ashes of the formerly burning Cuyahoga River, from the best location in the nation, trademark, from the Cleve, a poet who, in fact, needs an introduction because he is so obscure. It's Miles Budimir? Miles Budimir. Miles, please stay within your allotted time of 10 minutes. Go! Ha!
Thank you, and I will definitely. All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Let me just turn the timer on. Am I staying within that time?
I was just reading.
You have time for just one poem.
That's what makes it all more funny. It's a reminder to me.
I asked Steve, did you write this? During break, I asked Steve, did you write Miles' bio?
He could have.
He could have.
Easily. All right, thank you very much. Thanks to Michele, to Dan, to everyone here that's read, and the venue. It's awesome. Great to see so many people and meet people too that I've only seen online. All right. This first poem is called November Poem. I wrote it last November. A diner in the city on a clear November morning after the disaster. Wheel in the sky on the speakers above. Wheel in the sky keeps on turning. As above, so below. As the big, noisy, messy world continues, this boring apocalypse where grift is king, con the way, and we, unmoored, adrift now, set out for some great unknown. So long, better angels. Good night, perfect union. See you in our dreams. All right, next up. I hate those. Like I should have marked all these.
I recognize that cover.
Yes, the cover is by Aleathia. The book is from Ringside Press. I have a few copies. This one was written a number of years ago. It's called At the Barbecue Joint. Kind of a prosy type. One warm and sunny May afternoon, we decide to try the new barbecue place. On every inch of wall, there are photographs of police, firefighters, soldiers, flags, and TVs, as is the custom. We place our order for smoked meat and sit at a table nearby. Halfway through our meal, every TV in the place suddenly displays an animated waving American flag flying in some computer-generated breeze, and the strains of the national anthem come roaring through the speakers, filling the cavernous space. A table of police officers and other men in white shirts behind us all rise to their feet. So does a middle-aged woman a few tables away, wiping barbecue sauce from her hands. The restaurant staff stands at attention. We stay seated, mostly, I think, from confusion over what is happening. Where are we? What are the new requirements? Is this how our loyalty is established? A young couple at a table nearby are sitting too, eating their smoked meats, as do we, dipping beef brisket and pulled pork in the regional sauces of Kansas City, of Memphis, of Carolina, of Texas. The music ends, the standing people sit back down, the staff gets back to working. Did anyone even notice us? We finish our food, eye one another, this son of immigrants and a war refugee. We are not sure anymore where we stand or don't. All right, here's another little short one. These are kind of like, I don't know, I think of these poems as like my American poems or something, kind of like what you see in America or something, I don't know.
Gary Charles Karl.
Charles Karl, yeah. That's a name I haven't heard of. This one's called At the Flea Market. The Sikh woman looks out from her stall over boxes of DVD porn. We saw the good days, everything's gone, say two old coots shuffling by the small mountains of desperation, piled high with car stereos, miter saws, nunchucks, ninja stars, ding trombones, Soviet coins, instant portraits, incense sticks. I work 3 jobs and breed reptiles now, the man sizing me up says. Shit, I can get you an African viper for $60. It is twilight now, and a red sky this night is someone's despair, someone's delight. All right, this is my, like every election cycle you hear politicians talk about the American people, the American people, American people. It's all about the American people, right? What they want. They think they know what they want, but I don't know. I thought about it, and I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe this is what the American people want. So this one's called The American People. The American people want trans fats. The American people want stretchy pants. The American people want six-pack abs. The American people want Super Bowl ads. The American people want Al-Qaeda souvenirs. The American people want fruity beers. The American people want a voice. The American people want a real choice. The American people want compassionate bosses. The American people don't want underwater houses. The American people want erections lasting less than 4 hours. The American people want sequels to Austin Powers. The American people want flatulence insurance. The American people want stimulus. The American people want hometown bankers. The American people want super oil tankers. The American people want liquid sugar. The American people want Robin Hooded burglars. The American people want sweepstakes stigmata. The American people want the almighty dollar. The American people want American people. The American people want chastity belts. The American people want terrorist pelts. The American people want. The American people want none of it. The American people want all of it. The American people just want to change the channel. I don't know how accurate that is.
Yeah.
All right, I think 2 more comments. And I'm
You got time? Well, you're keeping track.
I am. I'm doing pretty good so far.
You are doing great.
Steve. Where is it? I gotta find the damn poem. Find the damn poem. Where is it? There it is. All right. So, those of you who don't know me, I've been working in the business press, so-called, for many, many years. One of the things you get to do there, you get to travel around to all these trade shows and conferences and all these things. So this is a poem I wrote during one of those experiences. This is from a very old chapter called Rust Belt Romance. So it's called Cat the Trade Show. This is like a different register, different voice for me. It's kind of weird to read the old stuff. Cat the Trade Show. At the great exhibitor palace, the automation agora, whispers of a recovery. We are ushered into a large gray room, slim, caffeinated 24-year-olds point the way, laminated show badges weighing down their fragile white necks, neutral maroon chairs neatly arranged in rows. Soon, the rally to save U.S. manufacturing is on. One by one, the anointed ones take the stage. We mustn't, they say, and we must, it's heard. Strong economy, jobs, chant the high priests of productivity. The deacons respond, value creation and increasing functionality. Rousing applause follows. People begin to exit. A graying, power-suited go-getter pushes past me, leans towards a sympathetic ear. Machinery, he says, unlike humans, is consistent. I'm handed a tiny black box by a nubile, short-skirted nymph with the laugh of a baby seal, and tossed and turned and over again in my hands. On the bottom right, a small gold circle with black letters, made in China. Thank you very much. You've been a lovely audience. One more poem. This is the last one. Once again, here it is. All right. This is called Anatomy of a Poem, and it's kind of dedicated for my good friend Dan Smith, a great Cleveland Northeast Ohio poet, Dan Smith.
Take off your pants, Cleveland.
Hey, shut up. Anatomy of a Poem. A poem is an old man with hair like bare-branched lightning, the heart of a lion, eyes burning like Elijah, mad with light, fire-tongued, howling at the prison guards. Oh, city, take off your pants! Law and order reaching for its guns.
Thank you, Miles. That was great. I really enjoyed that. Just a public service announcement. If you Google the phrase "the American people want trans" and it doesn't autocomplete to fat, just don't do it. So, cause we live in hell. Thank you, Miles, for that. We got a little bit of this. Is gonna be fun. This is a nice change of pace we've got coming up here, because it looks like we've got our good friend Patrick McGee is going to come up, and is this correct that we're going to be doing some poetry and music, or is it going to just be music today? Some music. So this is going to be a little bit of a longer one set here, and then we're going to come back here in about 20 with Ryan Selman. So excited for this. Toledo born and raised, Patrick McGee has been a musician and visual artist for more than 30 years. He moved to Memphis, Tennessee area in 2018, and since then has been an active member of the music and art communities. Patrick lives in the beautiful Aleathia, Mississippi, where he writes songs and paints the landscape of life. Patrick McGee. He's gonna big hands for Patrick McGee.
Thank you. Thanks, Michele and Dan, put this together. folks here I've never met. I know them on Facebook. So hopefully I This is a song about a train that rolls through Mississippi. It's called When I Hear That Whistle Sound.
The train is rolling down the track, all the way from Oklahoma. Gonna bring my baby back. The sun come up, oh, that Mississippi town. Come evening, I know to go back down. The breeze in the trees sound like heaven to me when I hear that whistle sound. In the morn, I drink a bottle, oh, Coomer, I'll make it too. Waiting on that train a coming, I ain't got nothing else to do. The sun come up, oh, that Mississippi town. Come evening, I know to go back down. The breeze in the trees sound like heaven to me when I hear that whistle sound. Oh, my buddy's name is Jarvis. He stole 3 hens from Farmer John. On his way on down the highway, why he stopped off to give me one. The sun come up, oh, that Mississippi town. Come evening, I know to go back down. The breeze in the trees sound like heaven to me when I hear that whistle sound. When I hear that train a coming, I go dancing on the lawn. She rolls in to the station and blows her horn, and then she's gone. The sun come up, oh, that Mississippi town. Come evening, I know to go back down. The breeze in the trees sound like heaven to me when I hear that whistle sound. Oh, my sister's name is Darla. She got raped by Foster Brown. When I find my daddy's shotgun, I'm gonna blow old Foster down. The sun come up, oh, that Mississippi town. Come evening, I know to go back down. The breeze in the trees sound like heaven to me when I hear that whistle sound. Oh, the train is a-coming, oh, it's coming down the line. Waiting on that pretty baby, I hope that train can make good time. The sun come up, oh, that Mississippi town. Come evening, I know to go back down. The breeze in the trees sound like heaven to me when I hear that whistle sound.
It's called Wild Dogs.
Factory by day.
You're doing the work.
Time I got nothing left to say. I spent all his wind on a tired open song. And rain falls hard on all those wild dogs. Man gets lost wandering in the night. What looks so hard that we can't see the light? Say a prayer for him, my lady. I believe he'll get along. Rain falls hard on all those wild dogs. Put a collar and we should keep it dry. Put your tail between your legs or straight up in the sky. Take a swim in the sea, mad dog in your eye. Since they're going off to war, well, stops in the church just to ask for four. Got a penny for a soul and a bullet for a song. And rain falls hard on all those wild dogs. Man calls his woman on the phone. He says, baby, you gotta stop being all alone. Connect the operator, and please don't take too long. Well, rain falls hard on all those wild dogs. A collar and we should keep it dry. Put your tail between your legs, or straight up in the sky. Take a swing man to see, mad dog in your eye. We have some fans of poetry here tonight. This afternoon. This is my second most requested song. It's called I Wrote a Poem. I wrote a poem and I killed the fascists today. I wrote a siren behind a 200-word brigade. Oh, it's a peace manifesto, and you know, I left my name. I wrote a poem and I know I killed the fascists today. Yeah! I killed the fascists today with a dream in my heart. Well, it's not nearly the end, but you know, at least it's a start. Oh, it's a measure of love. I know I'm doing my part. I killed the fascists today with a dream in my heart. They don't have to kick my door. I already confessed. Feels like we're caught up in a whirlwind. Nobody seems too impressed. I wrote a poem and I killed the fascists today. I wrote a siren behind a 200-word brigade. Oh, it's a peace manifesto, and you know, I left my name. I wrote a poem and I killed the fascists today. This is a story about a boy and his dog. It's a bit of an epic adventure, kind of an odyssey of sorts. Called A Dog Named Magnolia. I set out in the world with a dog named Magnolia. She bit me once and I told her that ain't nice. Magnolia ain't the kind for a compromise. That damn dog went and bit me twice. She said, buddy, life is rough and it don't get no better. Believe me, if you let it, it'll make you cry. Well, I told her I ain't being kind. But then I looked at her and I spit right in her eye. We left out of East Cleveland, just south of Believing. On a Greyhound bus, we were leaving our troubles behind. Somewhere near Columbus, we had to abandon that bus. It broke down, we were out of wine. So we traipsed across Ohio, where I stepped in a pile, and Magnolia just looked the other way. She said, before you go accusing, you better look at who's been choosing, 'cause I believe they're the ones to blame. Now it's the same in Indiana, where the governor can't stand you, and he don't think you're too smart to decide. When you think about pro-life though, you gotta think about old death row, where that governor sends another man to fry. Oh Magnolia, won't you take me home? I just need a place to safely rest my bones. Oh Magnolia, take me to the light. Magnolia, stay right by my side. We made it to West Texas and got some desert cactus wine. Before long, Magnolia was feeling fine. She was laughing at the moonbeams and counting out the time to a jig we learned while living in Carolina. Anybody here from Carolina? Well, we went to Colorado and got higher than Mount Nebo, and we climbed every single mountain in our way. Yeah. We were looking for the high road to Bombay. We ended up settling down in San Jose. We rode into Las Vegas. We knew the stakes were high. Staggeringly playing, hold them down the line. We looked at her and I said, you jokers do look wild. I'm gonna have to cut you down with my 45. Well, guns are made for killing, and dogs are bred to bite. Son, I think you met your match tonight. Yeah. In secret, she's the meanest dog in the land. And I can tell from here, you're holding a dead man's hand. Oh Magnolia, won't you take me home? I just need a place to safely rest my bones. Oh Magnolia, take me to the light. Magnolia, stay right by my side. I set out in the world with a dog named Magnolia. she bit me once and I told her that ain't nice. No, you ain't the kind for compromise. Well, that damn dog went and bit me twice. It's called Hey, Let's Talk. Hey, let's talk about the rain. I know your heart is filled with pain. We could just sit back and turn water into gin. Or we could talk about the wind. Hey, let's talk about the bees. Your heart will find a way. We could worry about tomorrow, long for yesterday. But for now, let's talk about today. Hey, let's talk about me and you. Don't you know, together we'll see it through. When and I'll go my way too. Until then, let's talk about me and you. Hey, let's go. It's all about dreams. It's called Shiny Show. 35 years been digging that same old ditch. Spending all my time just making some more land rich. Got a shiny shovel, gonna dream about a life I can live. 25 years been drinking that same old pint. Another shot of whiskey, gonna chase it with a glass of moonshine. Got a shiny shovel, gonna drink another bottle of wine. Cruising with my plain Jane, tearing up the quarter mile. Feels like a lifetime, baby, since I see you smile. Got a shiny shovel, gonna dream about a life in the sky. For 35 years been digging that same old ditch. Spending all my time just making some old man rich. Got a shiny shovel, gonna dream about a life I can live. Got a shiny shovel, gonna dream about a life I can live. Got a shiny about a life I can live. If anyone listens to CDs still, I have some CDs. We're making a comeback in 2026.
They go fast. So are you done? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Patrick McGee. That was great. I want to tell you, there's nothing quite like eating shawarma while listening to Americana music. I was listening to the dog song, and I was thinking, you know, all that is necessary for the pending rise of fascism and the dystopia that is overtaking the Midwest to become palatable is one really charismatic dog. That's like all you need is a good blues riff and a dog, and then it suddenly turns on WHW. That was lovely. Thank you so much, Patrick. Is there anywhere that we can hear you play over?
No,
That's right. So if we happen to be going to Mississippi,
in the Memphis area.
in the Memphis area, by Holly, where do you usually play?
Rock House Live.
Rock House Live.
And Flyway Brewery.
Flyway Brewery. I'm going to assume that Dan knows where these places are. Dan could tell you every bar in the South. But if you're not a fan of bars and you're more a fan of diners, I know that our next poet can tell you the location of all of our diners. I'm going to be I'm going to gush a little bit more now, because our next poet is extremely important to me. When I was first starting out poetry about 3 years ago, I didn't know what I was doing yet. I had this weird poetry collective in Bowling Green, Ohio. We didn't know what we were doing, and we'd throw up these shows every once in a while because we were punks, and we didn't know what we were doing. But Kerry started showing up to these. And I remember Kerry went to one of these on a particular night where none of us were talking to each other. This night where there was like 3 members of this collective, and none of us were speaking to each other. And I was like emotionally devastated. I was going through stuff. But Kerry was there, and Kerry said some extremely nice things about this long and unwieldy poem I wrote about cows. And she has been such a supporter behind the scenes of Northwest Ohio poetry. She's made ToledoPoet.com, which we talk a lot about, wouldn't exist without the labor that she has put into that process. She has put together readings in Findlay. Some of you were at a reading that she put together earlier this year down the road in Manhattan. She has written about 6 of my favorite chapbooks that I own. I was joking earlier that I'm not allowed to buy any more Kerry Trautman chapbooks because I would feel bad if I had more Kerry Trautman than I did anyway. So, but the other books I would recommend. The one I would recommend is Irregulars, which is a book of sort of, I would call it poetry fiction, because it maintains the things that I love about Kerry's poetry, but it brings us into this like beautifully immense world of diners. And it ends with a really lovely just guide to all the great diners in
America. I am so happy to recommend and introduce my dear friend Kerry Trautman.
Okay, that's like kind of too much to like live up to.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna start my timer. So, you know when you travel and it feels weird because it's not home, and then you get home from having traveled and your house feels weird. That's kind of where this poem came from, and it happened that I wrote it during lockdown. I had to fit in a trip to Miami and then New Orleans, and then the world shut down. So it was even weirder to be home. Like, weren't we just doing something super cool? And now we're back in this fucking house for God knows how long. Anyway, that's what this poem's about. Blue Ridge, Brown Water. How to come to terms with the peaks themselves, the rock elevation, when back to low ground life. How to embrace the temporary, not homeness of days away, the not winterness of July. A basket of figs and apricots ripened by the sun, ruins lacquered in layers of lustrous red, true and never fades, even when it snows and green is gone. We never even got to garden, never got to slip off shoes or toes in grass or creek. How to retain that one day in French Quarter steam. We emerge from these lilac fogs, these museum wood creek floors and foreign riverbanks curving brown who knows where but never home. And the lights of home are squinty bright and walls of home aluminum and busy. Our shoes won't fit anymore and the phones won't stop ringing. Embrace mountains rather than fight. You don't have to answer. Tuck white bliss from clouds in your pocket. Just like a split second of green moment at sea level or below, like Mardi Gras kings and queens and marching brass, often grotesque, often beautiful, always unexpected. How to be away without comparing it to pink home. How to return home without ache. A baby emerges from a mother's body, blue and calm. A red phone rings in an empty room. Pretend it's King Oliver. Inhale elevated rock. Pay homage as well to estuaries with fishing pole or oil paints. There is a fatalistic sigh at the other end of the line. Diagnosis. I am a chrome vinyl mirror marble hotel lobby. Reflective, not plush. No, I'm not. But I armor the floral compost of my body practically. How a hotelier appreciates impermanence, ease in wiping memory of skin from skin. What sort of itis is this that I have? Who wouldn't want to be wrapped in another's body like a sleeping bag in the forest floor with crickets and Orion's belt unwound dropped to the ground? Or sitting sangria drunk on a Lake Erie sandbar, water lapping your ribs, ass sunken sand. I suppose it's some genetic disease or calcified nerve endings. Vinyl has its uses, but so do ostrich leather, silk, velour. What pill can I swallow with black coffee in my 7 a.m. kitchen to melt linoleum to a fake bearskin rug with wide eyes, to move into my body permanently, untape the boxes, let anyone stay. A drowning person doesn't always look like drowning. The polio survivor in the iron lung knows how few technicians there are to repair such machines. How can a man sleep with airflow vulnerable to snapped bolts and power grids? Everything can rupture under the right burden, even femurs or railroad bridges. Weaknesses splintered into, like all the awful things we save up to say to people we love in just the right fight moment. These lungs I choke with are the same sacs that once filled themselves with my mother's fluid. Clavicles and ribs that crack can't be fiberglassed into casts. Rather, the body around them must agree to rest the muscles bent on tugging those bones around. Let this be apology to the bones of my 10-year-old self for having grown old, having stretched them thin like pulled taffy, having loaded them with weight of sorrow and cake. Someone invented the motorized, rotating bed my father's comatose body was strapped into like a pickup truck bed of lumber, tilting his mass left or right every other hour to keep fluid from typhoon in his lungs. How can a woman sleep, knowing all the songs she stopped her lungs singing? Imagine your rib cage made of brass, and how many birds could rest safely inside, and how their songs would echo out of your mouth opened like the lid of a music box. My father awoke from his coma to TV helicopter footage of New Orleans submerged by Hurricane Katrina. "What country is this?" he said. Apology to the lungs I doused with house paint fumes, pork smoke, and daiquiri scent candles. Everything hidden inside that we rely upon to shape and inflate us will someday fail, overwhelmed by what's been asked of it, by its DNA, by a self-important brain. Imagine an endless supply of tools, so many ways to not need them, ways to not need anyone. Midweek blessing, New York City. Wednesday, I licked a twisty cone from the pink ice cream truck as I looped inside the perimeter of St. Patrick's Cathedral, lined with saint altars, with money boxes for colored votive candles to make a wish or buy yourself a blessing. My mom would be horrified, say to take my ice cream outside, below the 100-foot spires, like huge upside-down marble cones. She would pay to light an apology wick. Forgive her, St. Bernard, for she knows not what she does. Instead, I nod to St. Bridget, patron saint of dairymaids and poets. Eyeball the few flickers she has in her candle rose, happy some prayer whisperers chose her. My choco vanilla swirl cold blesses my tongue like none of these nice dead folks could. Reservoir. This is drinking water, right? My son asks, watching wavelets swish the boulders' seaweed tutus. Yes, I say, not knowing how it works, not knowing how much of anything works. A mower cuts the high grassy incline, holding all this water in, its blade apparatus angled along the steep slope, its cab with headphone driver inside remaining plumb. So many machines and systems engineered for real purpose. And then there's me, sitting on a rock trucked in to create a fake lake's berm. I wouldn't know how to fish here if we were starved. Could I save us both if we fell in? I can only write about cloud cover obscuring sun that aches to glint off water. I can sit here and conjure worthless words while my son wonders how long his phone might last if he tossed it in. He answers his own questions better than I could. If an earthquake split this miles around wall that never should have been here, how far into town will these waters keep swallowing? How much of this could we drink? Sometimes what looks like a lake is just construction, not ancient at all. Sometimes a woman is incapable of being anything more than a scratcher down of words, symbols, lips. It would be too easy to tumble off this cliff. And the last one, this is how to float like an apple. I have never been able to float pretty, like an inflatable doll, ungravitational atop a swimming pool's sky blue sheets. Like apples in a water-filled bucket, breaths held, open mouths bobbing for what teeth can claim. My body sinks, then reappears in parts at air level, just knees or hip or a squint shut face, cheeks chipmunk with stayed breaths. Once a man I met said I barely splashed when I dive off the board. He meant petite. I heard inconsequential. Most water is colder than I want it. The way an apple skin might shine perfect, not Corvette red, rather gold, a blush chrysanthemum, but a bite sinks too easily into mealing mush. No one can be blamed for feeling cheated of crisp resistance or sugar or juice. No one can be blamed for what's expected of them. It's been too long since my skin was wet by river. I want to disappear underwater. River, never bucket, never bubbly rosewater cloth or tub. I need some silt and to unfurl new gills, even if I disappoint by how my breath comes. Once a man I met said, compliments never hurt anybody, but I am that apple.
Trautman, I want to disappear underwater. So, I'm excited for our next one. I heard our next poet last night for the first time. Westley Heine is the author of several books, most of which are through Roadside Press. Heard of it? In Chicago, he hosts the poetry open mic at the Gallery Cabaret. Wesley, where is the Gallery Cabaret? What neighborhood is that in?
Bucktown.
In Bucktown?
Yep.
Interesting. Very cool. Which is always looking for featured poets who are on the road. Maybe we should talk after this. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Westley Heine.
Picked up the bottom of my silver spoon, poured some breakfast cereal and dug into a plasma deluge. There's a free toy at the bottom of the box. A voodoo doll in the shape of Christ in a junky Goldilocks. Now, the city sounds like an ocean as cars cut the inky night and street lamps dance underwater. Orange windows full of sleeping skulls sway in the halo Chicago sky. 20 years ago, we were just kids pretending to be grown up. We spent neon evenings burning chemicals through the forehead. I could barely stand myself, sloping in the corner, naked giggling. We hid together, broke, dreaming of wild years to come. We cruised the freeway, looking for what would be our has-been nights. We crouched in murky rooms, drinking away the humidity and toasting rain. We fell in love, but we didn't tell each other because we were too cool. We screamed and yawned at those who would dare to play it safe, who would dare to waste their lives by building them. I spent forever contemplating eternity, in each moment trying to black out. I wasted my life trying to find the meaning of life. Now I drown in layers of irony and contradiction. I've wiped my ass with the angels and spent years trying to forget myself. I sat in alleys beating a drum while monkeys chewed money, grinning, and you sucked the fire out of my belly, and I gave you the salt of the earth. Your diamond chin slept with my thighs. We had the same dream that night. I cried all over you like a baby breastfeeding, and you still think there's a future. And no matter how much I drink, I still have all the memories. A bottle being rubbed like a genie lamp after midnight. Nothing has changed, but everything is different. Another lost night, finding only myself. We always knew it would end ugly like this, but we're still surprised. This city incubates our madness. These streets have the ghosts of our former selves on each corner, waiting for a bus, hailing a cab, kissing goodbye, not knowing it's our last time. Like eating a meal with something in our mind. We've become our real selves. We no longer care about the novelty of whatever our real selves may look like. We're not going to die before we're 30 anymore, and all that bullshit. We're there. We've got something more to do. We survived. We're not afraid of anything. Woo! All right. It's called Fly. There is a fly in my room. It does not know how it got in. It does not know how to get out. It does not know what out is. It wants out. I hear its wings like static between stations. It changes pitch past my ear. It lands
Black dot on a white plane. How mad I must be to be a larva and make the leap to become a fly. They have wings and 1,000 eyes, but nowhere to soar off to. He's always at the window, wanting out without knowing what out is. He throws himself against the glass. He beats his head against the glycerine. Kaleidoscope of eyes against an invisible wall. Hard air. It's bigger than the world can see. I wonder, should I set him free? Should I open the cold glass and pop out the screen? Should I smash him out of his misery? Should I play God and hope that my friend comes back with thumbs rather than worthless wings? God made her fly. He's determined to get through.
My friend throws his head against the glass again and again. He beats out his brains, tosses himself, and falls on his back like dry paper on the windowsill.
With a dozen others. There's a fly in my head. Does not know how to get out. Does not know how it is. But it wants to fly out.
Hey.
Well, I'm very happy to be here, and again, if anyone's in Chicago, hit me up, and thanks to Michele and Dan and everybody that put this on. And this is my last one. This is called Loner But Not Alone. It's about things like this, and here we go. Years I wrote alone, drank alone, taking words at the wall, words for the muse, words for the trash, decades of scribbles, echoes in the void, words for silence, words not fit for human consumption, nonsense or too much sense, inner demons and nightmare logic, where I went all the way or went too far. From 2003 to maybe 2019, I crunched away the keyboard, so rarely sending out the work. With few exceptions, I wrote for myself, my own sanity, fighting myself, paying my dues, working shitty jobs while I'm doing relationships, or alone, typing to the glowing electric abyss. I thought I might be mad, I thought I might be a fool. In love with a universe only I could see, or one that was ignored by the plastic world. Not being able to afford therapy, I wrote out my whole life for catharsis. I looked up and I had enough prose for 5 books. Short of War and Peace, I cut that shit up and edited it in a separate book, Stranger Than Fiction. Finally, in 2019, I started sending it out steady, and to my surprise, my muse amused. I've been lucky. I'm glad I waited, I'm glad I worked at it. To know thyself, an artist must travel out on the road and deep into inner space. Awake but dreaming, an individual but not alone. I found other misfits, working the word, poets publishing other poets, singers slaying praise of each other's visions. I've met other loners looming under street lamps, loitering at open mics and protests. I've traveled the country with weary witness. I'm a lone wolf who has found a pack. I found freedom, love, and adventure. I know now that doing your own thing is not me being alone. Yeah, that's for you guys. Thank you.
We got two more in this section. I think we all know our next knucklehead's going to come up here. How about this motherfucker? 6 months ago, I get a message from Dan saying, "Hey, can I call you?" I'm like, "Oh, what's going to happen now?" And then I get a call from an unlisted number, and it's like, "Hey, I want to do this. I want to do this Toledo underground thing." And I'm like, I don't do a lot of stuff, but I owe Dan, because Dan's been so fucking good to me. He's been so fucking good to so many of us. He has lent us speakers when we needed
speakers. He has fixed my car when I needed someone to fix my car before I took it to someone to do what Denton. He's just a good guy. He is an extremely talented poet. He is the reason that there are a lot more cool, good men in this area that are doing poetry and doing cool shit. I am such a fan and proud to call our next poet, my friend. Give it up for James fucking Denton!
Love you too.
That's a hell of an introduction. What's his name? There we go. This first poem is called One Not About Roses. Not only are there no roses in the projects, there's no gardens either. And then this other short poem is called a love poem. After 2 years together, we still make each other come like the first winds of a hurricane. All right, I'm going to read 3 poems here real quick, and then we'll let the real talented people come up. This poem was first published in the Literary Underground's In Conversation page. Woo! If you guys haven't heard of it, you should check it out. It's called I Took Jackson Pollock to the Psychiatrist. Anybody here ever struggle with trauma and anxiety and mental health issues? This one's for us. I had a psychiatrist appointment, so I got out of bed early and gathered all the worms I could find. There were none. The birds did not sing. It was February. I wore mittens over my ears. I put a bulletproof vest over my heart, wore my seatbelt, and took a Jackson Pollock biography with me to triage. There was a 15-minute wait, and me and Jackson Pollock sat in the corner, getting side-eyed by a fake rainforest plant in a whisper-quiet lobby. When it was my turn to enter the combat zone, I was called by a name that the government gave me, though no one else has ever called me that. My psychiatrist tried to teach me a new way to breathe, but I told him I was having trouble getting air through white-knuckle fist clench. He said he will teach me to live with my trauma. I said, motherfucker, who do you think lies next to me at night keeping me awake? He said, are you really reading that Jackson Pollock, or the giant Jackson Pollock book? I said, no, but they won't give me a machine gun, and I want to be an artist too. He said, we need to expose you to the things you're avoiding. I said, I'm avoiding them because they tried to murder me, and my natural instincts are trying to keep me alive. He asked me how I was getting by. I said, I come from nothing. He said, you must have something. I said, I plant flowers on the roadsides, and we both grow in the dark. He said, Jesus, that's a tough way to get to heaven. And I said that I had hoped he knew an easier route. He said he will teach me to make anxiety my friend, and I laughed and said I'd rather juggle rattlesnakes in hell than hug a man that has stabbed me in the back every time I turned around. He said, give me time, I can't fix you in one appointment. I said I didn't expect to be here this long, and tomorrow is a brown banana. He said, have you tried meditating? I said, yes. I said every morning, like a lobster, trying not to howl in boiling water. He said, don't worry, we can manage this. I said, that's cool. Then drove away, trying to breathe through my eyelids and dodging booby traps most other humans have never had to worry about. Jackson Pollock rode in the 12-gauge shotgun seat, dead as my Section 8 daydreams. When I got home, I took a folded piece of paper out of my back pocket. It sighed as I put it on my desk, and it said that another psychiatrist had lied to my face. There was no we. I wouldn't see him for 4 more weeks. It was just me and all this breathing, screaming, and killer clown circus chaos, all living together, self-taught, and learning to be an artist. I warmed up a can of soup, opened the Jackson Pollock book,
and sat unarmed in another knife fight. Paint dripped in my eyes. It was February. There were no birds. Worms can't sing. So I've been traveling, I have been to 41 states to read poetry, and this year, after 12 years of doing that, my first ever poetry collection. Yeah. Richard Press and Jason Reberg, the editor. But, for years, I didn't think anybody would ever pay to read poems at a factory room, right? So I figured if I wrote novels that people would buy those, and they have. But now that I'm happy to have a poetry collection. So anyway, I'm going to read one poem from this. The poetry collection is called Fight Songs for the Underdogs. It's available online or through Gathering Volumes bookstore. This poem is the title poem to my second ever chapbook that came out a few years back. It's called Give Us This Day Our Daily Grind, an Ode to the American Factory Worker. Every day something hurts. Your back, your knees, your feet, your shoulders, your arms, your hands. And on the bad days, it all hurts, and you limp in and out of the factory. It's like that in a lot of factories, not just the one I go to every day. There's an army of American factory workers punching in and out every 8 or 10 or 12 hours. We know our trades are slowly dying off. We're being choked to death by corporate greed. It's cheaper to build our products in Mexico, in Vietnam, in China. There isn't much glamour in a factory. Most of us didn't really plan to make this our careers anyway, but the factory life gets in your blood and you get used to that daily grind, and we don't really know what we would do for work if the factory shut down. And you wouldn't call it a noble profession, but whole cities have been built around us. They say it's the Rust Belt now. But most cities wish they had more of us. Because when our hours are good, the economy is good. And really, we might be the backbone of America. But what do I know? I'm just an old factory worker. Before I read my last poem, I want to say thank you to Michele for doing this. A huge thank you to Fortune Class Records here at Cirillo. And the switchboard bar next door, and the Aleathia on Adams last night. Thank all of you guys for coming to Toledo, to my city, and checking out. These are my favorite spots. Culture Class, the switchboard, the ad on Adams have always been good to local artists and Budimir, so take care of them. Remember to hit the food truck up outside too, and thanks for being here, guys. So this poem, the last one I'm going to read, is my entire statement for the year of 2025. All right? It's called I Am Waiting. For the cash register clerk at the local grocery store to put down her frock and walk through the automatic sliding doors and outside to join a revolution not yet started. For the rural postal carrier that drives a gold Oldsmobile to dump mail sacks from his trunk and drive away to find a revolution not yet started. For the local warehouse workers of a large national home improvement chain to get off their forklift trucks and put down their shipping label guns and grab their still full lunch buckets and head out liberated into a revolution not yet started. For the college students to drop their textbooks and defy the authority that they should naturally question and leave their classrooms to join a revolution not yet started. For the men in their cups down at the local tavern to put their bottles down and arise stumbling from their rickety bar stools, lurching into the light of day and into a revolution not yet started. For construction workers to lay down their tools and remove their orange safety vests. For factory workers to shut down their machines and flood the exit gates like children on the last day of school and yip and yell and jubilee, joining a revolution not yet started. For the miners to come forth from the bowels of the earth and leave their hard hats and picks in piles at the mouths of the rich man's caves, and without washing their faces, smile to join a revolution not yet started. for doctors and nurses to remove their stethoscopes and abandon their blood pressure cuffs and throw off their white lab coats and stand up to a healthcare system they know is broken and join a revolution not yet started. I am waiting. I am waiting for line cooks to shut down their grills, for truck drivers to kill their engines, for office workers to unplug their copy machines. I am waiting for the garbage men to leave the garbage to collect itself, for janitors to lay down their brooms and leave their dustpans behind, and for municipal workers to abandon their municipalities and walk away from the bureaucracy to join a revolution not yet started. For clouds to let go their parasails and come crashing down to earth in great kamikaze ponds, and for the trees to shake loose their limbs and roar with the wind, bringing tenor to the song of a revolution not yet started. For mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters to join hands with neighbors near and far. For songwriters to hoist their guitars. For poets to pick up their pens. For painters to lift their brushes. For saxophonists and trumpeters to toot their horns and join a revolution not yet started. I am waiting for one voice to cry into the night, and for one shred of hope, and for the sun to awaken the arsonists, to light the fires that lead the anarchists, to rally the punks and unite the hippies, to invite the queers to bring their rainbows and march in solidarity as one in a revolution not yet started. I am waiting.
So when are you running for office? When can I vote for you for something? Dan fucking Denton, bringing the heat. That is what we need right now. This is the last time I get to do this. So first of all, after this we're going to take a break, and then my dear friend Jim Zalewski is going to take over for the final set here and introduce the final folks here. You all have been an amazing audience. Give yourself a hand. Most of you are doing double duty of both audience and performer tonight. This has just been such a really cool experience. I'm going to be holding this here for a long time. Thank you, Dan, for roping me into doing this. Thank you to the folks at Roadside for all the people that put hard work into this, and I'm going to be thanking the next one here in a second. Don't worry, we're going to get to Michele. Spoiler alert, she's next, so I'm going to thank Michele here. All of you have given me stuff to think about, words that you have planted in my heart. There is going to be a moment at like 2 o'clock in the morning now, I'm going to be thinking about mouth diaper because of Juliet. Or all of these, like, just that just horrifically, brutally honest opening line of your poem about cancer that just like, and a lot of these other just like great moments of hope that like we just got from Dan. This has just been a really special time, and I think it speaks to when you have a garden with this many different types of flowers. It speaks to a different type of garden. And so I want to, as I introduce the next poet, I want us to just ponder what brought us here. A lot of us have been hearing the same phrase over and over and over again tonight, which is roadside press. Show of hands if you have purchased a roadside press book in the last year. Show of hands if Roadside Press has released one of your books in the last 5 years. Show of hands if you have been to an event sponsored by Roadside Press. I can remember the first time I went to one of Dan's readings at Gathering Volumes for probably The Dead and the Dying, and I remember seeing the imprint of Roadside Press. And I would look through Gathering Volumes, looking for new poetry books to do, as I sometimes do, to satiate my monthly budget for cat books. And I remember finding a bunch of other Roadside Press books there, including books by Kerry Trautman. And so I started to do research, and I found this beautiful ecosystem online through roadside and through Jeep and the underground and the online journal, and it led me back to our next poet, Michele McDannold, and I began to read Michele's poems. And it was a transformative experience as someone that wants to be better at writing poetry. There are so many people in this room who have taught me how to be a better poet. I feel like Michele's poems have taught me how to be a better human because of the emotional specificity of each poem and her ability to define what makes what I'm feeling at this moment notable enough to commit it to a poem, even when the moment is as complicated as I wish I had more money than I do right now. And turning that thing that we all have as universal into something beautiful and poetic and true. I am so grateful to the reason that I am here today is Dan asked me, but the reason that I said yes is because of our next poet, Michele McDannold.
Superstar.
All right. Not recommended. This poetry is not recommended for the young or bright-eyed, not recommended for those weak in the stomach or head. This poetry is not recommended for the highbrow, sissified punk bitches who would turn a phrase just to make you feel stupid. Poetry is not recommended, period, if you want to bury your head in the sand and pretend the world is dying under corruption. We have a voice. This poetry is not recommended for Twitter or MySpace. You cannot like it or share it in less than 140 characters. This poetry is not recommended for NBC, definitely not the Disney Channel. We've got balls in our face and dirt in our shoes, hot shit, red blood, cum stains on the inside pocket. There's a line in the sand that says, go fuck yourself. Anyone can do this with enough guts and blades to set your ass on fire. This one is called Monkey Bars. Isn't it just a bit usual these days to be talking shit fuck? I was reading this novel by this great guy, so-and-so. It was only a few years back, and it actually said shit fuck, shit fuck. Then later on, when I was reading some other stuff, poetry and the like, well, I had really noticed lots of cunts for some reason. I've never really cared for that word and don't use it myself, but back to shit fuck. It's losing power these days. It used to turn heads. Even my mother doesn't flinch anymore when I let it slip. Fucking shit. It started for me on the playground and game with Tracy, the toughest girl in town who I wanted to be, and Jeff, the dirtiest boy in town who I wanted, even in grade 3. Man, don't tell me we're not born with it. So I learned all my shit fuck bastard piss on the monkey bars, but I never really perfected it until the year I worked in that slaughterhouse. I was 19 and desperate. Everyone there was desperate. Shit fuck became, I ain't taking no fucking shit, piss off bitch, suck my dick. It became an art form and second nature. I know at times you gotta keep it in check, and I do try to turn it down, but damn it, it's so deep. And when people keep talking shit fuck, sometimes I hate to hear others say it sounds cheap, because baby, it comes at a price. This one's for you guys. Nothing to lose or freedom. I need to be that guy. The next one in line as the door closes, the last one picked. The we just sold out of every kind of whatever you're looking for. The flat tire, the flat busted, left for dead, fucked over 6 ways to Sunday guy. That guy whose lover stole a pigeon heart and took a big dump on its head. Fuckery so insane, so very needless, all reason if there ever was any is totally obliterated. I want to be that guy. That kind of piss that leads not to revenge, but to a reckoning. People will shed a lone tear, sniffle and shake their head a lot. I will keep on gathering great poems, sharing the news about great poets. New ones, old ones, killer ones, fucky ones. We'll call it the didn't make it to Twitter because it had too much character with it. I want to drive down the Great River Road. I want to read him right now in bars, bookstores, and bowling alleys. I want to read, scream at bikers and rednecks, housewives and whores. I hope they throw stuff and spit on me, chase me out to the car yelling, "We don't like your kind around here." But they will secretly worship me and my freedom and my horde of poets. From the suburbs, the city, the farm, they're multiplying like gremlins. One dash of sit and spin and they're outruining Christmas. I want them all, not to make them famous, to make them infamous, to spread their disease of cut out the bullshit and get to the point. I want America and her glazed over Red Bull eyes to really, really wake the fuck up. This is no time to let it ride. The Great Depression is your brain on ice. Your investment in image, the I'm okay, you're okay, is a dead hippie lie. The 1% is selling everything. It's selling you, me, McDonald's, and Twilight books, medication via TV ads. The party is over. The beatniks are dead or dying. The outlaws are a joke. The Wild West is tame, my friends. Rail against that which seeks to defeat you every day, every hour, right now. Get in your car, go. Don't kill the first thing that gets in your way. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all, motherfuckers. They call us the X generation with nothing to lose but our Nirvana CDs and Fight Club on DVD. Did you get the memo? That they have co-opted your identity for mass marketing. You can now buy the special edition director's cut t-shirt, snuggie, toothpick, rim job with decal. Get the fuck out. Out of your house. Stick a fist up your ass for doing this. Don't buy the hype. Use it against them. Like those goddamn nothing to lose asshole poets that I love. All right, last one. Dear baby Jesus. Thank you for the best childhood ever. For the nicely manicured lawns dutifully tended to every Sunday after church. For the sun tea baking on the porch and the strawberries in the patch. Thank you, baby Jesus, for the community free of minorities and forward thinking. For the streets free of gang violence. For the Jehovah's Witness even and the evangelists. Thank you for putting the shame on all those unwed and or single mothers, those people with the weak-minded mental illnesses and the ghastly homosexuals. In general, just thank you so much for putting a clamp down on all the sex stuff. I didn't know what my period was until I got it one day in gym. That kind of sucked. But thank you. And maybe while you were hiding all the dildos and other adult fun, you could have taught the old people not to stick their fingers and whatnot in the young people. That would have been nice. But oh well. Maybe that's why Billy Bob's uncle is also his dad. Cool. Thank you, baby Jesus. I never met anyone conceived from incest before. I know. Some people want to give all the credit to Satan, Lucifer, the devil, whatever. He's busy with wars, tsunamis, and shit. He wants the glory of all those big fatality numbers. But you are so patient, killing them softly and gently with shitty lives contrived of stifling rules. Call it morality, shame, the bent and twisted. Call it love, baby Jesus. I want you to have all the credit, saving us all from the fires of hell. I can pray to you for forgiveness. I can pray to you for the Friday night football game. We can all join hands and pray, then sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Oh, thank you, baby Jesus, for making me an American. Thank you for making us better than every other nation in the world. So what if we drop the ball in our schools, turn our backs on Mother Nature, and would turn out anyone or anything in the best interest of the almighty dollar? We are responsible for Facebook, Honey Boo Boo, and taco shells made out of Doritos. This is all thanks to you, baby Jesus. But wait, I have more rights to my guns than my own body. Sweet baby Jesus, thank you. Oh, thank you for women that know their place. In dresses, in kitchens, in the delivery room, children, children, children. Let's have more babies, baby Jesus. Every last one of them, precious, until they learn to breathe in the polluted but free as all fuck Liberty Laced air.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Bob Phillips, born 1945, high school, Navy, various jobs, never owned a new car. That's okay. We have 4 out-of-print chapbooks and a lot of unpublished poems. Working on a new book of poems. That should be available anytime. Welcome to the stage, Cirillo legend, Bob Phillips.
I'm going to read 3 poems.
Yes.
2 of them are a little longish. Anyway, first one's called Shades of Blue. Blue is a blue heron, homeless cat blue. Blue is a car that won't start. Blue is a dead battery. Blue and mysterious as a broken time machine. Blue is a dab of grape jam on a plate next to 1 scrambled egg, no toast. Blue is no coffee. Blue is an evening sky before it turns black, filled with the ghosts of birds. Blue is the night, dotted with stars, like spots between before your eyes. Blue is an old prom dress in a thrift store. Blue is the anxiety of a customer, quickly snatching it up. Blue is Christmas decorations, yellowed by time and tobacco smoke. Blue is tears on a pillow. Blue is your favorite broken glass. When you throw away a pair of shoes, save the shoelaces. They make good cat toys, and they've been known to be used to hang themselves in prison. Blue. Blue is the exhaust fumes of the prison bus that delivered you there. Blue is the next day's sky that may or may not be blue, and may or may not arrive like love, which is the bluest blue, except for death, as if the dead were sucked up into the eternal loneliness, into eternal blue. Blue is the spots you see as you rub your eyes too hard, but you keep doing it because it reminds you of art. Like Tweety birds when someone gets conked on the head in an old cartoon. Blue is a TV test pattern in 1953, which was in black and white, but blue is just the same. Blue is your boy blanket. Blue is your mother's eyes that weren't blue. Blue is music, which is basically colorless, or is it? Blue is a plastic bowl of broken crayons. Blue is the pictures you draw in color with them. Blue is azure, aquamarine, turquoise, the blue of blue-green blue. Blue is a backyard swimming pool in 1967. Blue is Speedboat Barbie in an old photograph. Faces of young girls reflected in water, in sky, in blue. Blue is promises you couldn't keep, Blue is the sky squeezed with rain. Blue is your face as you renew your driver's license at the age of 78. Blue is the eye test. Blue is the money flying out of your wallet like wings of migrating birds. Blue is the holes of footsteps in winter snow. I don't know if there's a heaven or a hell, but say there is a heaven and you get to go to heaven. I'm sure they have like a weekly open reading on heaven. That's how I see it might work out. I can see it now if I get to heaven. You go to the heaven open poetry reading. You're a little late, and you go to sign up, and there's readers already on the list. Crap, I'm gonna have to follow Yates. At least I won't have to follow Homer. That fucker always reads too long. Last week it was the Odyssey, and he went on forever. Finally, Koweski took off his halo and threw it at him like Oddjob in from Russia with Love. Koweski got thrown out of the reading for the third time in a row. But at least Homer finally shut up and sat down. And the last one here is, this isn't in my voice. This is in the voice of if the earth had a voice. If the universe had a voice. You couldn't speak. You might say something like this. But it's called the whole, H-O-L-E. I was a hole once. I loved it. A fish would swim through, perhaps a bluegill passing from one lake to the next. I was a hole once. Each morning the sun shined through, or perhaps there were clouds. It was crazy, you could never tell. Hey, at night there were stars. I remember, you could never take them away. I was a hole once, and I was happy. All manners of things passed through, whether you liked it or not. It didn't matter. I was a hole once, and it was lovely. Children would appear at the edges, their fingers at the rim, as if peering from a boat into the magic of water. And I would be water, and they could see forever. I was a hole once, and it was lovely, and it was sad. Strange things would happen there. A freshly waxed car full of teenagers would tumble end over end and smack an autumn tree at 3 a.m. Their blood on the highway like cranberry sauce. The eyes of small roadside animals curious. I was a hole once. A river flowed through. Rock and scrabble were barfed along the edges. In spring it would flood. It was terrible and it was true, like a snake swallowing something impossible. Tornadoes would appear, throwing fish into the sky. I wouldn't kid you. I was a hole once, and it was fearful. But I loved to shiver. Love to feel the nerves twitch in the blood-red meat of things. Love the strange taste and touch of a new lover. All those earthly things. It was scary. I was a hole once. Oh, the unkindness. When you reprimand your children, what will they reap? Ouch, what tender feet. As they passed through, I kissed each toe. I was a hole once. All the garbage passed through. Soup cans, plastic diapers, tin pie plates, cardboard breakfast, government documents, broken treaties, Dear John letters, things you could not even see. The list was endless. People felt unnatural when they walked in a forest. I was a hole once. Religions passed through. Politicians, thieves, butchers. It was constipating. Their words were like nails that choked my heart. In wars, I cannot forget the wars. The air would cry. Poles would reverse. The ground would stink in the name of some god. It all passed through, as if dragging its tail. I was a hole once, and it meant everything. I was a hole once, and it broke my heart. Now it is my turn to pass through. I was a hole once.
Dave Newman is the author of 11 books, including the novel Open Vodka and Cigarettes, and Not Shaving Her Legs on Roadside Press, 2026. Lives in Western Pennsylvania with his wife and writer, Lori Jakiela. Please welcome Dave Newman.
I know the rest of the room, so thank you for Shawn and Dan for everything. Great day and night. I'm so happy to be on Roadside. I'm going to start with a poem from the Lord book. It's about retail sales, working in retail sales. It's called Drinking and Drugging. He said, do you ever think that if you quit drinking and doing drugs and applied yourself, you'd be a lot better off in the world? I considered the question seriously, because it's something I'd asked myself years before after graduating with a 4.0 GPA in a master's program. Then, after applying for 50 jobs, went to work as an industrial parts delivery man. It was a question I'd asked myself when I was a janitor, and when I was a box loader, and when I was a huffer for a moving company. It was a question I'd asked myself when I wrote my 23rd novel and sent it to an agent who said he couldn't sell it to a big New York house because it wasn't set in New York and none of the women cared about shoes. Basically, honestly, I wake up every morning and ask myself, what the fuck are you doing wrong? Because I want to do it right, but as far as I can tell, speaking as someone who doesn't watch TV or have many friends or basically sleep, drinking and drugging for recreation and the occasional answer to anxiety are the least of it. Though I wish for drink and drugs in enormous quantities when I attended the company annual meeting in Atlanta, and the CEO, a former Walmart higher-up who'd been mentored by Sam Walton, showed up on a horse. A real live fucking horse in a ballroom of a 4-fucking-star hotel, and took the stage with a microphone and proceeded to shout down individual employees over various infractions, from buying garbage cans to using too much tissue paper, until half the audience was in tears, and the country music act scheduled to perform later in the evening stepped out of the audience and presented the CEO with a signed guitar. What was the question? Do I ever think that if I quit drinking and doing drugs and applied myself, I'd be a lot better off in the world? No. This poem, the title is longer than the actual poem. It's called To the Woman in the Grocery Line Who Complains About the Man in Front of Us because he wears Nike shoes and pays for his groceries with food stamps. It is possible that he, like many intelligent consumers, bought the shoes on sale. I grew up in Western Pennsylvania in the 80s when all the industry was collapsing, the steel mills were gone, and the auto plant in town was closing, and this is about the men who were out of work at the time. This is called Our Fathers. Our fathers were broke and out of work and wore ties to interviews where they didn't know what to say to other men in ties who read How to Win Friends and Influence People and paid $100 for the self-improvement seminar down at the convention center. Our fathers skipped the convention center and dragged us to Three River Stadium to watch the Pirates get slammed in 9 innings. Our fathers tried to balance the checkbook in ways that allowed for 5 days at the beach and school clothes. Our fathers were alcoholics and heavy drinkers, born-again Christians and habitual liars. They worked as insurance salesmen, electricians, ambulance drivers, pharmaceutical sales reps, cooks and bartenders, store managers and line supervisors, factory grunts. They were former bar owners who'd lost bars to drink. They were wife beaters, great cheaters, teetotalers, big-time Catholics, Protestants who tithed. They shoveled snow from their neighbors' driveways when their neighbors turned too old to shovel snow. In interviews, our father said, well, I guess so, and shrugged at men with MBAs who asked, what are your strengths? Our fathers had more interviews for worse jobs, and still they went. Our fathers were ex-jocks who wanted football scholarships to big-time universities for their sons. They were high school graduates or GED certificate earners, trade school standouts, Army veterans who didn't talk. They threw hammers that whizzed by their children's heads, took off their belts to make a point, kicked ass from their favorite recliner, knew the difference between a punch and a backhand, and thought daily of choking their wives. And oh, how they loved us all. They loved us in the morning over coffee and silence, at night over beer, on the weekend with the job to do, the grass, the shrubs, the fence to paint. They loved us with homes made of bricks, backyards, balls, bats, shoes, endless groceries, new, used bicycles, and desire to get away, keys to cars with V8 engines, a neighborhood where you wouldn't get shot, and they said, go the fuck to school. And they said, go the fuck to school. Now they grow old and tired and mellow and say, I love you, and wait endlessly to be touched. Fathers, you have nothing to be ashamed of. You probably did not beat us enough. This is called the Poetry Place. I wanted to tell you I'm writing in form. It's what poets do. They announce forms in case you don't notice them, which is to say you didn't praise the poet enough for writing in form. This line is about yay long. This line is a little longer than that line. Welcome to Fuckheadville. You really want to work here? I walked into his office and he said, outside. So I followed him out back to some dirt and some guys standing around and some other guys operating heavy machinery. He said, where's Mario? Did Mario fucking quit too? Apparently, quitting was a problem. I suspected low pay and bad working conditions. None of the guys standing around or operating heavy machinery answered. The rage in the air felt a lot like the rage in the air everywhere. The guy from the office said, you really want to work here? He fixed his hair like a barber made of electricity and bad drugs. I said, I do, which I didn't, which is what the world of money is about. He said, here you go then, and handed me a shovel. This book's mostly about poets that I love and praise, but this is not one of those. This is called Wordsworth. I get it. Nature is beautiful, and sometimes we all feel like our hearts are dancing with the daffodils. I sort of wish you'd been eaten by a bear. I'm going to finish with this poem. It's for my Bobby Page, who was the first poet, right young person writing poems I've ever read. It's about Gerald Stern, who's one of my favorites. This is called Angels with Ugly Faces, with a cover of Gerald Stern's poem. Hey. I I can't remember if it was before or after I took you to Denny's bar for your 21st birthday, and you drank buttery nipples and large beers, while squeezed between old alcoholic men who downed large beers and short whiskeys and marveled at your enthusiasm. But you showed up in my apartment with a copy of the Red Crow you borrowed from the Carnegie Library, with Stern and his pal Jack Gilbert sharing the cover photo. One shot of them as old and ugly, and the other shot of them as young and ugly, and by ugly, I mean Stern. Jack Gilbert was as handsome as a movie star, and you were too, Bob, even as my face already started to collapse from reading and writing more than I slept. I was 24 and believed poetry was an element no different than oxygen or carbon, and at least as important as a ham sandwich for survival. So you were finally legal and hugged the whole bar, then stumbled back to my apartment like a man losing his legs. I tucked you in and kissed your beautiful forehead. I knew the blessing I found in your friendship, and it was more than the woman who was not my fiancée, who I flirted with all night and headed off to meet at 3 a.m. hoping to get laid. The Stern book was a miracle. How it put a mirror to our city and reflected back words we dreamed someday to write, even as we drove bridges, losing tension to old age, and walked hills that stole our breath. If we looked hard into our drinks and asked to be famous, allow me to apologize for our ignorant desires. I have a library at home the size of my old apartment, and we have drunk 5,000 beers in the 20 years since. The spring of 1995 looks like a wing now, and death has been longer coming than I imagined. So it is that two young men from Westley, Pennsylvania, with fathers stuck in factories, with UPS trucks, with mothers working in Walmart and public schools, who believed Pittsburgh more beautiful than Paris, came to find God inside a book of poems written by a man with a bulldog face who stumbled these same streets and flicked words like matches on paper as fine as hardwood. Bob, I hope I tell you I love you often enough. Bob, you puked on my sheets that night. I've always wanted to work that into a poem.
Okay, Lori Jakiela work has been published in the New York Times, Washington Post, Chicago Tribune, The Literary Underground, Volume 1, Brooklyn, Brevity and More, the winner of the first ever Pittsburgh Literary Death Match, as well as the Stanford University's Serene Prize for International Literature. Jakiela rhymes with tequila. Good, I pronounced it right. Is the author of 8 books, most recently in the essay collection All Skate, True Tales from the Middle Life, published by the wondrous Roadside Press in 2025. Welcome to the stage, Lori.
Thank you. And you're the only person that pronounced my name right before you realized I'm Jakiela. So thank you. Thanks to Michele, thanks to Heine, thanks to all of you guys. It's really wonderful. It's magic. I have 2 poems to read. They're a little longer, so buckle in. First one is kind of about supermodels and influencers and, you know. Former 90s supermodel Cindy Crawford says people shouldn't worry about aging. I have 2 jobs, 2 kids. I get 5 hours of sleep a night. True beauty is the energy you give out, Cindy Crawford says, and that comes through being happy. Cindy Crawford says, on the inside, souls don't age, and we are all who we were as children. Cindy Crawford sleeps at least 9 hours every night. She starts every day with a soak in her jacuzzi. She highly recommends a daily soak in the jacuzzi. You have to make time for you, Cindy Crawford says. I do not have a jacuzzi. I have an old shallow bathtub with bad caulking. It leaks. My hot water heater is about to go. Sometimes it spits rusted yellow water, and I pretend not to notice. Our bathroom door doesn't lock. When I'm bathing, sometimes my daughter comes in. She looks at the water and says, "Ew." She says, "Did you pee in the tub or what?" "Fuck you, Cindy Crawford." "Relax," Cindy Crawford says. "Just breathe and age from the inside out." Cindy Crawford is in the news again because of the photo shoot she did for Marie Claire France. According to Marie Claire France, none of the photos have been retouched. No airbrushing, no vats with baby oil, just one former 90s supermodel and a camera. Cindy Crawford is, give or take, 49 years old, a mother. Marie Claire leaked one of the photos on my 51st birthday. Cindy in a bikini and an ebony fur coat, draped like a morning shawl. Cindy in a huge hat, the kind crazy ladies from the Red Hat Society wear, except this one is black and glamorous and shows off Cindy Crawford's trademark mole. Cindy Crawford has always been the thinking person's supermodel because she could afford to have that mole removed, but she didn't. Cindy Crawford is not shallow enough to worry over a cheek mole, which no doubt sprouts little dark hairs that Cindy Crawford must keep on top of, tweezers at the ready, defense against paparazzi close-ups. Bodies betray us all like that. Cindy Crawford, though, is careful and diligent, but in the photo, her legs are modeled bananas. Stretch marks map her belly. There's a cesarean scar that runs like a fault line above her bikini bottom. Her skin tone is freckled, pocked. Most of the comments in the comment section are from women who thank Cindy Crawford for saving their lives. They call the photo inspirational, beautiful, badass, a testimony to how real women can age beautifully. Then there's Wayne Johnson of Minnesota, who writes, "Puking." There's George Stevens of Chicago, who writes, "That can't be her body." There's Scott Smith of Saskatchewan, who says, "I'd still do her." Like that might somehow be possible, Scott Smith of Saskatchewan. The photos of Cindy Crawford supposedly leaked from Marie Claire France turn out to be fakes, a reverse Photoshop hoax designed to make Cindy Crawford look ordinary. Who would do such a thing, Cindy Crawford's husband says. And he releases family photos. Cindy on the beach with her kids, Cindy with her buttered skin, her toned stomach, hard and shimmering like sea glass. Fuck you, Cindy Crawford. Like most of America, I can't help but like Cindy Crawford. Cindy Crawford looks like my friend Lori Macho, vice versa. I love Lori Macho. Lori Macho has 2 kids and a job with long hours. Lori Macho has no jacuzzi. She gets sick a lot, stress, genetics. The last time Lori Macho got sick, the hospital called to do a follow-up. "I'm sorry to ask you this," the man on the phone said, "but at any point, did you die?" He said, "I really am sorry." He said, "I have to ask, it's on the form." He said, "It's a formality." He said, "Get it? Form, formality?" He said, "Sorry." He said, "Probably not funny." He said, "I'm sure you understand." Lori Macho, Cindy Crawford without the mole, is 40, I think. Her death is a joke she tells me over wine. I'm pretty sure neither of us thinks it's funny. We have a lot of fun talking a sort of joke language, Hemingway explained to Lillian Ross when she wanted to know why he sounded like English was his second language. Hemingway told her, "It isn't hard to die." This last poem, I've just been thinking about this a lot. You know how you go through life and you see a friend that you haven't seen in a long time, and you just assume you're going to see them again forever, right? And I feel like that we're here now, and let's all see each other again forever. And this is called "All Publicity is Good Publicity Except an Obituary Notice." My friend Sinead is Irish and an accountant. I laughed when she first told me this, and she said, "What's funny?" And I said, well, accountants are so, and the Irish are so. And Sinead looked at me as if to say, go on. But later, I met many Irish accountants in Queens, New York, and 7 of them, Sinead included, became my roommates. There's an underground network for Irish accountants in New York. You may not know that. Every Irish accountant I've met is brilliant. They can stand drunk on a pub table and recite Yeats and Brendan Behan, who said, all publicity is good publicity, except an obituary notice. And everyone worked for major accounting firms like Deloitte and Touche and Ernst & Young, and all my Irish friends use the word brilliant a lot. They use the word brilliant for things Americans overlook as ordinary, as in, that spaghetti bolognese is brilliant, and those socks are brilliant, and that subway ride was brilliant, it didn't smell like piss, and didn't we all have brilliant fun? Once, when Sinead and I were out at our local Irish pub, Yearman's in Queens, where hundreds of bras dangled like tongues above the bar, Jimmy poured free drinks and gave us wooden nickels we could exchange for more free drinks and allowed us run of the jukebox, where we played the Pogues' Fairy Tale of New York, and Christy Moore's Fairy Tale of New York, and Van Morrison's Fairy Tale of New York, and anyone's Whiskey in a Jar, over and over and over and over. Which pissed some people off, so what? When Sinead and I finally drunk made our way home at 3 a.m. up Metropolitan Boulevard, some street kids were hanging on the corner of Metro and Lefferts. Sinead is the gentlest person I know, but she'd been arguing with Jimmy all night, the Irish troubles, the English problem, things I barely knew from books. Sinead comes from Galway. Her grandfather had been a driver for Michael Collins, founder of the IRA. Jimmy comes from the north, but he poured Sinead drinks while they fought, and Sinead double-kissed his cheeks when they left, and Jimmy tousled Sinead's dark curls and said, next round's on me, meaning not that night, but soon. We left in kindness. We believed in kindness. But maybe Sinead was still in the mood, because when we pulled up at the stoplight next to the street kids, Sinead, that soft-spoken sweetheart, rolled down her window and gave the kids the finger. One hard, fuck you. And one kid, in a thick Queen's accent, said, oh no, she didn't. And as if on cue, the other kids, tough guys who carried golf clubs in the street because golf clubs aren't technically weapons, because golf, turned and dropped their pants. It was a beautiful thing, almost choreographed. Queen's vest shooting the moon, but Sinead was mortified. A finger does not equal an ass, she yelled from the open window. That is not a fair exchange. Irish accountant, I said. And she said, what's funny? Only someone with a huge heart would believe the numbers would add up, finger versus ass, or that when it comes to what's fair and good in this world versus what's shitty and wrong, fair and good should always win out. I wanted to tell Sinead that, or at least say we were lucky one of the kids didn't drive a golf club straight through my windshield. And we were blessed. They saw the beauty of mooniness, like a chorus line instead. That was the funniest word we said.
Good word.
Oh, but all I said was, we'll find them tomorrow, and it doesn't mean nothing. That was over 20 years ago. I could have been someone Kirsty McCall sang to the Pogues' Jane McGowan, who sang back, and so could anyone. When Sinead left New York to go home to Galway, she needed 2 Xanaxes and a couple Baileys to board the plane. She called me when she landed. We were on fire, she yelled into the phone. This was the 90s, when there was such a thing as long distance, when static meant you were far away and not that your cell phone plan sucked. You were not on fire, I said. I'd been a flight attendant for years. I knew airplanes. There were flames, Sinead said, and the brave firemen hosed us down as we came in. They had these huge hoses. I thought we would die for sure, but the air hostesses gave us bags and minis to go. You shouldn't drink with Xanax, I said. And Sinead said, what's funny? Sinead called me long distance for years. She called every day when my father was dying. She called every day when my mother was dying. Last year, I was in Brussels, a visiting writer, a gift, but I spent most of my time forgetting to be grateful, lonely, and walking the city instead. And so Sinead, who hates to fly, who swears that airplanes are on fire at all times, flew from Galway to Brussels to see me, because I was sad and spoiled and not an ocean away for once. I opened the door to my flat, and there she was, lovely as ever. "It is so brilliant to see you," she said, and I said it back, the word fitting just right. She gave me a bracelet etched with Gaelic words, Croyalon, and fastened it on my wrist and said, "Brilliant." We spent days together eating olives and drinking wine. We marveled at the maniacal swans in the Bruges canals, and I remembered the time a swan attacked us years ago in Central Park. All furious feathered beauty, wings flailing, a plane on fire, and Sinead made her fingers into guns like she'd seen in American westerns, but the swan kept coming, of course, and Sinead and I ran until we dropped. Later, she sent me pictures of peaceable swans in the canal across from her home. I've hung those pictures next to photographs of my children, whom Sinead has never met, though I tell stories about her that sound like fairy tales. My real name is Amelia Phelan. I was born by an Irish mother and adopted by another. I've been blessed with friends at home and across the ocean. Of the wolf, Sinead said, translating my birth name, which became my daughter's name. In Gaelic, Croyalon means beautiful heart. I hope we see each other again in this life, Sinead said, when she left me alone in Brussels, and I stood on the sidewalk waving as her cab pulled away, trying not to feel too much. Irish accountants deal in numbers and time. Writers deal in memory and loss. There is another world, Yeats wrote, but it is in this one. I hope we see each other again in this life, Sinead said. How could that ever not be possible? Thank you.
Danny Schott is happy to be here for the second time in Toledo. Twice during this calendar year. He's also working on a couple books, or had 2 books published. Nightbird Flying and Roadside Cross.
Yeah.
And the Jersey Slide from Cabin Carrier Press. Please welcome Danny Schott.
Let me start with a haiku. If they don't like when we call them fascists, maybe they shouldn't do fascist shit. I live in a small city, Hoboken, and basically, it's a small city, it's a mile. We can walk anywhere, and we can get to New York by bus 15 minutes, on ground train 15 minutes. But it's also in New Jersey, and by birthright, I have a car. This place holds cars. New Yorkers will never understand the power derived from driving a new car home. In my case, a new used car, this time a 2013 Hyundai Sonata, midnight blue, whose speedometer climbs to 160 miles per hour. And a rousing number, perhaps beyond my reach. Before this, a 98 Saturn, a utilitarian vehicle from the last millennium, more plastic than metal, nevertheless a sturdy companion who survived her share of bumps and bruises, navigating Hoboken's surly stop-and-go streets. Previously, an 87 Chrysler LeBaron, a car with awful reviews in Consumer Reports, that provided the smoothest ride of my working-class life until she got broadsided by a Mack truck on a Harlem street on the way to work, me thinking as the bulldog smashed into my side, so this is what it's like to die. Hope it doesn't hurt too much. A crash I walked away from, unscathed in a state of shock. Which was preceded by a 1982 Buick Regal, nothing but trouble that I should have been wary of upon purchase from a fortune teller in the Portuguese section of Newark, a natural lowrider without any modifications, eventually stolen by wayward teens, which wound up being a windfall, paying back in insurance more than the car was ever worth. There was the 1980 AMC Eagle station wagon with faux wood panels, which took Caroline and I cross-country, that had uncontrollable four-wheel drive, which kicked into gear at the oddest times and was constantly blowing tires on the New Jersey Turnpike for no discernible reason. Which followed a yellow 70-something Datsun we named Roadkill, because it was in a constant state of death throes and rattles, emitting a sulfurous stream of black smoke every time it accelerated through a toll booth, rusted through its chassis, yet refusing to die. There was the 67 Lincoln Continental, a tank disguised as an automobile with suicide doors that comfortably carried 8 inebriated teenagers to the 1975 Dumont High School senior prom, and once miraculously cruised from Amherst to New Jersey on half a tank of gas, though it got about 6 miles an hour. And the 62 Studebaker that had a stone instead of a carburetor that I used to deliver Uncle Frank's pizzas in high school until it caught fire while driving on Madison Avenue that the volunteer fire department had to put out after only 3 months of care and ownership, which was replacement for my first love, a white 66 Impala that I bought for $40 because it had been hit by a garbage truck and was mangled around the trunk, but drove until the transmission went a few months into my ownership, which I nevertheless drove only in reverse through the streets of my hometown, oblivious to the cops or the basic laws of physics, which I bought to ease the pain of the loss of my 64 Rambler with push-button transmission, which was never really mine but my dad's, bought only a month before he died, and was totaled by my mother during an ill-advised driving lesson with my brother-in-law Leo, who was far from a great driver and was promised to me in theory when I came of age, and which I surreptitiously drove out the driveway late nights after Mom was asleep to pick up my buddies and the Diaz twins in Stone Teen Fuck It All New Jersey abandon that New Yorkers will never understand. My dad's many clunkers, none more memorable than the red 48 Chevy with the chrome hood ornament, a naked goddess with voluptuous mid-century all-American breasts that Steve Margarelli and I would kiss every morning on our way to school between 1st and 3rd grade for good luck and because it was a thing to do. We named Minerva after the mermaid in Diver Dan, planting the seeds of unconditional love between this man and my newest, my bluest, my darling set of wheels. This is something that's pretty new. I wrote it in the past, I don't know, month, 6 weeks. Catching your breath in a burning house. My politics can be summed up in 2 words: anti-fascist, or Antifa, if you insist on one. We're not supposed to talk politics at the high school reunion. Fine, we'll skip the reunion. We'll meet where we can laugh in another town, perhaps another time. We're not permitted to call them fascists anymore, but their boots echo loud, shiny and stomping through the halls of media giants, corridors of white shoe law firms, centers for disease control, through classrooms and dormitories, into your child's consciousness. You ask, what does courage look like? It's not a cape or a championship belt. It's definitely not a gun. Maybe a weary janitor refusing to mop up blood that wasn't an accident. It could be a talk show host unwilling to be silenced. Sometimes it's a librarian who leaves banned books where kids can find them. We've seen this movie before in Berlin, Moscow, Imperial Japan, Charlottesville, Kabul, Jerusalem. Fascism and violence march lockstep, hand in hand. Call it genocide if you dare. The subways still run. Gas is cheap. The Marvel universe remains intact. Tech stocks soar to Olympian heights. Amazon Prime delivers next day. Supermarket shelves remain stocked with inflated coffee, bread, and meat. No one is innocent who chooses not to see. Teachers try to teach history or science in whispered syllables like contraband jazz. Don't wait for the uniforms to change. They already have. Now they wear masks and flags on their lapels and carry guns with the safety off in fear for their lives. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's carrying that fear into the courthouse, the classroom, the library, the voting booth, and into the streets. Remember this, bullies are cowards at heart. You are not insignificant. Fascists only can win when you believe you are small. When they say unity, ask under whose rule. When they chant freedom, count the cages holding brown workers and children. Then, when you feel lost, stand up anyway, even if you tremble, even if your voice shakes. Take a deep breath and make yourself breathe again, and again, and again. Don't ever stop caring or breathing in this fucking burning house. Okay, this last one is from my new book. And when I say new book, I mean new. It was published, the publishing date was Tuesday, and today is what? Saturday. So it's
a calendar, for God's sakes.
This is the first poem in the book, and it's for all the poets in this room, and it's also for the poets sitting at the bar. Tempest. All the poets who ever writ are here with me. I raise the mainsail up the mast for those who passed into the night alive within us. The closeted friend too ashamed to seek treatment until too late. A black-hatted New Rican legend lugging a condom crucifix singing songs of Puerto Rican liberation. The blind professor holding court upon a smoky couch, welcoming all who sail through open door to introduce themselves. I stand before you, bent but unbound, grave but not dead, anonymous and proud. Some poets have tied their sails and souls to the warm comforts of the academy. Rare few have cast off against the prevailing gales, emerging as prophet for their motley crew of misfits. Others became unmoored by the cruel vicissitudes of fashion, unable or unwilling to follow the wind. A few have fallen into the doldrums, pounding out despaired manifestos to the sound of Mahler on broke-down radios in half-lit rooms. Hyacinths for the disappeared, thrown into the roiling sea, so-called enemies of state, victims of the dictator's purge and those destroyed by madness and lack of recognition. Yet here I stand, creased by absurd laughter, unembittered by rejection, breathless in love with the elusive beauty of words spoken into the void. To all the poets who ever lived, proclaiming God's glory in the Judean desert, telling tales of epic wanderings off Ionian shores, griots singing praise songs, calling on ancestors' protection, besotted flaneurs, absent blind, scribbling in tattered notebooks, the muscle-bound hod carrier from way out west who broke his back under the weight of belief that poetry could save our souls, the feminist icon brooding at her kitchen table over her terminal diagnosis, a candy store owner in Bayonne holding intricate jazz lines in his head while serving soda pop to thirsty teens. The working-class Brooklyn Jew who found his distinctive voice later in life and couldn't stop sharing, a singular woman writing shapeless verse to no one and everyone simultaneously, I call you forth, here upon this rugged deck, enveloped in the foggy soup between wreckage and time, memory and consciousness. Sail with us upon the choppy waves.
Todd Cirillo, poet, publisher, and a pirate. Several books of poetry, a half dozen misdemeanors, and 1,000 busted cards. Lives in New Orleans, Louisiana, where he seeks out strange wisdom and shining moments while looking pretty. Please welcome to the stage Todd Cirillo.
We should all look pretty, shouldn't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
We do our best.
Do our best, even at our worst, it's our best. Holy shit, let's see this. Let's see if we can get this done. Okay, it is Saturday night happy hour. Yes, it is, right?
Yes, it is. Even though we don't have drinks.
Right. Pretend you're getting free drinks. It's Saturday happy hour, right? Oh. This is for all the poets, too. Perspective. It was the last time you would stay over, ever, and I wasn't sad about it. We agreed to say it was not you, and it was not me. But really, we know, deep down, that the next time we're at the bar telling our story, one of us will say it was definitely you. The poet reads a new poem by the poet who broke his heart. The realist in me knew the day would arrive when she would switch from writing love poems all about me to writing them about someone who is not me. Today is that day. Here it is, posted on social media. I stare at it like I used to stare at her with absolute wonder. I read the poem and recognize the feelings behind the words, hear her inflections and emphasis as she would read it. I see her revising and reworking the perfect final line. It is all wrapped in a well-decorated broadside that is not a gift to me. Inside my heart, hurt and pain punch at the rib cage to get out, and I will have to let them out soon enough. But right now, at this moment, I'm conflicted, so I read it again to be sure before admitting it's a good fucking poem. Another one for the poets. Useful poetry. I read the poet's new book and saw this line, waiting for something, hoping for anything. It is the type of brilliant phrase that will stick with people when they read it on buses and trains, if people still use buses and trains. But I'm confident that this book will be read in airports by people going to see other people or those who are getting away from everyone. It'll have significance during breakups and given as gifts to impress. It will be quoted at weddings and funerals. And lines will be stolen by those who call themselves poets. It'll be opened over and over again and again. And it'll be opened only once and placed on a shelf with other books with crisp spines and unstained pages. Don't take it personally. Pages will also get covered in gin and tonics, baby food, spaghetti sauce, birthday cake, dark chocolate, red wine, and white Russians. Other times, your book will solve problems, such as an unbalanced pool table or crooked washing machine. Don't take that part personally either. It may not be what you had hoped for, but just remember, poetry is supposed to be useful. Poetry suckers. I am proofreading her book of poems, which will be published this year, and smiling at all the idiot men who will read it and seriously believe that the poems in the book are all about them. But I know who they're really about. At least that's what I tell myself. A New Orleans compliment. I was trying to be clever, while she was simply being thoughtful. She said she describes me to her friends as kind and genuinely happy. Something about that didn't quite cover it for me, so I smiled confidently and said, "Don't forget ruggedly handsome." She laughed, touched my cheek, and reminded me, "I've seen you in rainbow tutus, red spaghetti-strap dresses, wrapped in feather boas full of glitter on a disturbingly regular basis, always with a huge smile on your face. In fact, your niece tells her kindergarten teachers and classmates that her uncle wears tutus. You see how it would be difficult to describe you that way." And I smiled again, feeling oh so pretty. Pray. I have read that mountain lions can travel 200 miles in a day for prey. Grizzly bears, 40 miles. Wolves, 30 miles. I suppose I should consider myself worthy that you traveled this far to devour my heart. So I try to see it as a compliment, instead of the fact that I just wasn't fast enough to get away. Here is a true story that happened this past summer. Outlaws. I drive up the final hill of Bonnie and Clyde, Louisiana State Highway 154, now called Parish Road 300. Bugs splatter my windshield instead of bullet holes. I see the outlaws' last sights, the way the road rises to meet the horizon. Treetop clouds, waiting crows. I too get ambushed into pulling over. My car stops close to theirs. Walking slowly, I hear the stillness of the pines, where the posse hid for 2 days. Out there, in Bienville Parish, waiting for a clear shot. I stare at the 2 monuments, one for the lawmen, one for the lovers. The rocks beneath my shoes pop like gunshots blasting. I stand in their last living spot, taking pictures and videos for friends and social media, robbing the ghosts of their peace. Alpha Male 2024, although unfortunately it's still applicable now, so 2025. True story. A group of 12 bros just off the swamp tour come out of the bar yelling and backslapping. They stand in the sun by the bayou all tough, high-fiving, talking about bitches and how they're gonna tear Bourbon Street up, dog. The toughest of them shout at the gator in the water about how they could take that motherfucker. The gator is far out of reach and unimpressed, while the others laugh and punch each other in their barbed wire tattooed arms, wearing freedom isn't free t-shirts and MAGA hats while sipping their passion fruit high noons. Fame and fancy literature. I am sitting in Harry's Corner Bar, listening to the din of people talking loudly in the summertime heat of New Orleans. I am on a 2-day bender, out celebrating something I really don't know and cannot name. I am pushing myself too hard, trying for something, for anything to spark. A middle-aged woman with silver-streaked hair puts a 5 in the old jukebox and plays Lukenbach, Texas by Waylon Jennings. She doesn't know that I wrote a poem about that very song. In fact, the poem is called Lukenbach, Texas. It is in my book, Disposable Darlings from Roadside Press. This photograph right here in the same bar, blow-up dolls and all. If I had the book with me, or the poem memorized, I'd recite it to her under the purple neon Abita beer sign. But she's since moved on to Garth Brooks, and that is just not conducive to respectable literature. The Imposter. The bartender with 1950s dress and the martini glass tattoo complete with olive on her right forearm was changing on a keg when without looking, she says, "Hey Allison, did you?" At this moment she looked up. "Oh, you're not Allison." I replied, "No, I haven't been Allison for quite a while." She laughed and dropped the bottle opener in her hand. When the actual Allison showed back up, the bartender said, "Allison, I had something to say to you, but I forgot." I laughed, but Allison didn't get it and walked away again. Later, when the bartender brought me another drink, she said, "You look familiar." I replied, "Yes, we met a bit ago when I was Allison." She laughed again and bought me a drink. I laughed too, lifted the glass, and toasted my natural girlish charm. Hard not to try. I have never been good at the letting go, but she is making it hard not to try. She tells me sweetly she wants to stay in touch, do all the things we planned and promised, to continue to talk and text, keep adding to our playlist, be creative, help one another, send pictures of the flowers we see during our days. But every day without flowers, I try a little harder. Okay, this is for my best friend Hoppe, who is here. You can get his autograph, buy him a drink later. That's right. Sure, that's good. All right. May you all have such a best friend. My best friend for Hoppe. I felt the vibration, looked down, and saw he was calling me. On the phone, no less. No text, no email, no quick Facebook comment. A real person-to-person connection. You can go months without actually speaking. He hates talking on the phone. I answer quickly. "What's happening, my man?" Nothing, only faraway voices mumbling amid background noises. I try again. One last time. Same. I hang up. I text him, "Hey brother, you must have butt dialed me." A response came quickly. "No butt dialing, buddy. The phone was in my front pocket." And that sums up my best friend. Do you know that feeling? Do you know that feeling when a relationship reaches a point where you just smile at the ease and comfort of it all? When conversations come easily and you talk all the time about the weather, the news of the day, the state of the country, places to go and see, what to add to grocery lists, books you are reading, or dumb jokes you tell each other that aren't necessarily funny, but you laugh anyway because you just appreciate the effort. You find the ways in which you compliment one another, like one is better at math or spelling, or the other plays the perfect music while cooking. That is not to say there are no challenging times or breakdowns in communication, where you can go a day or two without being able to speak to each other. I've heard that in every relationship there are times when you simply have to take a break and recharge. But that is where the reliability and comfort comes in. They say it takes time to get to that point. However, they also say at other times it just happens instantly. And this is how my latest relationship began. I met her online. It seems to be the only option these days. I haven't introduced her to many of my close friends yet. A few have met her, but we're still figuring one another out. How to respond to one another. How to make it work. Though I am optimistic, and it already feels comfortable. My favorite part, though, are those slow-moving mornings when my arm rests under the cool side of the pillow. Birds make bird sounds in the courtyard, just beyond the windows, and she greets me with, "Good morning, Todd." And I like how she enunciates my name and that she is there. So I turn to her in bed to greet her as well. "Good morning, Alexa. What is the weather today?"
William Tate White Jr.
Yeah.
William Tate White
Robert.
Lives, writes, and paints in San Francisco. His latest collection of poetry, "The People Are Like Wolves." Roadside Press, please welcome to the stage, William Taylor.
Thank you, everyone. First, I want to say thank you to Michele and Dan and everyone who put this on. It's amazing, and Culture Flash Records. This is like the dream venue for me. You have the venue, you have a bar to the right, and a record store to the left. And it's not hyperbole. I'm really excited and honored to be reading with some of my favorite writers, some of my favorite friends, some I've known for a long time, some I'm meeting today for the first time in the flesh. So it's awesome. And it's honored to be following Todd. It's kind of a hard thing to follow Todd, but as he said, it's kind of like Prince opening for the Rolling Stones. Two different vibes.
At least this time you keep your wallet.
Yeah, I got a wallet. Oh, and I'm reading from my new Roadside Press book. People are I don't know how the official release date. Is it officially released? Or?
Not yet.
Okay, so this is my first official reading from the new book. The pre-orders went out, but it's not officially available yet. It's called A Photograph I Want to Paint. The end times have found us on a Sunday afternoon in September as we roll about these afterthought days simply because of the devil we already know. And I walk the Tenderloin and end up at Emperor Norton's, where I sit at the bar with a quiet kinship between myself and a handful of others, staring down their drinks as the hours slink off to die. It's as good a church as any, a temporary haven from the meaner things the world would show us. I like the big windows that look out on the Larkin streets, where the men fight with bottles and knives and nod off in sidewalk tents. And there's a pretty junky girl, and she stumbles a bit, leaning on a wall, laughing a pretty junky laugh. Like a photograph I want to paint, as everything slides into whatever. Called Your Stupid Heart. Hey friends, tell me what's left of your stupid heart. I want to know what music resides within you, what secret joy is yet undone, what scrap of beauty you kept hidden from the thieves. Have you harnessed the horror of the average day with some new form of laughter, graceful movement of the hand? Have you learned to sing like fire? Tell me as we drink this wine and cast tomorrow and all their dumb and empty faces into oblivion. It's called Bukowski's Shoelace. The great loneliness of the world is some perfect, eternal machine. I pace its belly as the hours fall away. This moment to moment makes me nervous, this milling about until the next terrible thing, the ceaseless trickling of ordinary dooms, wearing us down like Bukowski's shoelace. We're not even allowed to scream. I drink beer and protest, and I watch the people walk along Polk Street underneath the August sun. They talk and they laugh as if there was still a chance for something, and I cling to the feel of it like a last ticket home. It's called The Face of Art. San Francisco poet who died. A handful of poems in this book about San Francisco poets who died. The celebrated poet died last week. He'd written hundreds of books across the years, visited many countries, gave countless readings and speeches in little rooms. He held court at tables and pubs and bars throughout the land, far into the night, declaiming the truth that evil is powerless in the face of art. But throughout it all, the wars didn't stop, and the downtrodden remained as they were. Those in charge of violence remained oblivious to the man and his words. Still, at the news of his death, we marched in the streets. We sang songs and we waved flowers in his honor. Later, we sat drinking wine, talking of his genius. As somewhere far away, another building collapsed into fire. A poem about a dead gentleman's book. What every poem is trying to tell you. Over wine, the famous old poet tells me how all he can think of anymore is the fact of his own death. It dogs him through his waking hours and it keeps him from sleep. I'm 20 years behind him and I already spend too many hours contemplating the looming eternity in which I will not exist. It's what every poem is trying to tell you. It's why we drink and fornicate and go to church. It's why we fall in love with apathetic bartenders and assign meaning to the alignment of the stars. It's why we read Dostoevsky and Camus, why we travel to faraway places with exotic buildings and food, why we nod to ourselves reassuringly when we read that 56 is the new 37, when we scour the internet for something to make us bigger and wiser than death, desperate for any distraction from the coming dark and the old poet's haunted dreams. This is called The Girl at the Record Store Counter.
We like those.
We do. I always have a crush of the girl at the record store counter, which is kind of what this poem is about. Despite what the inspirational means would suggest, it's more than likely things will not be okay anytime soon. As we wait for the eternal silence to restore its mercy, you and me and everyone we love will be burdened with more than we can bear. Our nightmares will come true as often as not. We will look as old in photographs as we imagine we do. The loneliness that haunts our bones will find no other home. Beauty is expendable and will be first on the chopping block when it all comes down. The poets and the artists have not saved us. The pretty bartender will not read your book. And the girl at the record store counter is forever unimpressed with your choices. Death will arrive as pointless and as certain as an ad for something you never wanted and couldn't afford even if you did. But music exists, and the fire and the noise in our blood. And if you're lucky enough and you work it right, you can choose just a bit how your heart is broken. And that's as good a deal as anyone's going to give you. North Beach poem called A Poem or Something. I like hanging out in North Beach and finding a quiet place to sit and drink while pondering the world and maybe wrestling a poem or something from the mess of it. Sometimes it's hard, mostly because of the poets. The poets are everywhere. The bars and the cafes, the liquor stores, the street corners. And the poets like to talk. Hardly anybody likes to talk the way the North Beach poets like to talk, which can be an issue if you're actually trying to write a poem. I'm currently hiding in a wine bar that plays heavy metal records at a loud volume. The poets tend to stay away from here. And if I'm lucky, I'll have a bit of time before one of them sees me through the window, wants to buy me a beer or borrow $5. Time enough to scratch out a skeleton of this thing that sits inside me, refusing me peace till I grant it some semblance of a life outside. I decide this will have to do for now, and I suck down my drink and head back out into the night in search of something I cannot name and some poets who will listen to me talk about it. two more. Another record store poem. Seemed fitting. Poem written while getting a decent buzz before going to the record store. I'm still a sucker for the gorgeous absurdity of the people walking along Haight Street beneath the old San Francisco sky, buying records and tacos and whiskey ginger ales. The impossible beauty of a young woman studying the menu at a sidewalk table. The tour buses and the big-eyed street kids still milling about, searching for the summer of love. And I drink beer outside of Muriel's and imagine myself the Walt Whitman of the end times. And the biker chick bartender is pleasantly indifferent. And a gin-drinking woman tries to engage me in conversation. She wants to tell me about how everything was different in the 1970s. How this building used to be another building. Now this jukebox used to be a different jukebox with different songs. But I take my drink outside to my plastic table, where I might better write about my loneliness. And a large man drinking many whiskeys as he talks on his phone asks me what I do. I tell him something vague, and he tells me I look like a star. He tells me he's in the music industry. He wants to tell me stories about the people and the things that he's done. But I shake his hand and tell him I have to catch a bus. He spills whiskey on his shirt and tie, and he laughs and waves me away. A few blocks away, a man in a dirty dinosaur outfit asks me for change. As the punk kids sneer and the sidewalk deadheads grin and take another hit, immune to death and the other machinations of man. All of us caught here together in this poisonous glory of whatever the hell this is. Our dumbass hearts breaking eternally for nothing in particular and everything at once. And this is called You're Not Wilfred Owen. You're not Wilfred Owen. We don't need another poem reminding us how war is an unkind thing, and how the death of children is something civilized folk should have no truck with. See, war and its lackeys wipe their asses with poetry, and dying children have no interest in such things. What we could really use are poems reminding us to be ashamed of how we daily throw away our lives to the whims of the dull and the servile. Give us not your poems workshopped into bland confidence, rendered useless and sterile, dead upon the vine. Poems of virtue by the virtuous, pristine of craft but lacking heart. Poems as useless as bags of tissue paper in the rain. Poems that couldn't get themselves arrested. Give us poems as broken and as frightened and as unrepentant as our problematic souls. Imperfect poems with imperfect voices, demanding to exist without the permission of the community. Give us poems reminding us it is worthwhile to be alive, despite the evidence suggesting otherwise. Get out of town with your poems born only to chase down the lowest common denominator of a mediocre heart. Give us poems that speak in the ancient language of fire, because death is on our ass, and the whole world's trying to sell us all their empty words, even though we've already paid. Thank you.
Karl Koweski is a displaced region rat, now living in Alabama.
Louder!
He had, okay, I'll start over. Karl Koweski is a displaced region rat, now living in Alabama. He has 3 books, soon to be 4, with Roadside Press. Please welcome Karl Koweski.
Yeah.
Does he wear leather well?
Yes, I'd like to thank Michele, Dan, and everyone for putting this on. My beautiful wife Donna for suffering through the next 10 minutes. I'll have to thank William Taylor Jr. for loaning me this outfit. Without further ado, it's called Poetry Reading Etiquette. Poetry readings are such awkward occasions for the sensitive soul yearning for record shop validation. There's a tone of voice I would rarely use outside of conversations with William Shatner. As it once stood, the poem ends when the poet stops and silently beseeches the sporadic audience with pleading eyes for some sort of positive acknowledgement. When I read poetry in public, as I sometimes must, when the soul-deadening crush of obscurity obtained through the choice of expressing myself through free verse forces me to engage with word masochists, I make a pact with everyone present. When a poem reaches its lackluster conclusion, I will point it to the darkness. If the poem makes sense and perhaps elicits a tingling of sexual gratification, simply give a slight nod of satisfaction. However, if you find the poem to be a bunch of bullshit, a word salad of fan-fictional nonsense written and ultimately performed in a cloud of inebriated, self-celebrating delusion, feel free to extend your middle finger in artistic defiance. Afterward, in the solitude of my poet's lair, I will tabulate the mental accumulation of slight nods and flunk birds and decide there and then for good and all whether I should go on living or just give up and die. This next one will be a little bit better. I wrote it last night.
New shit.
New shit. I don't know if it's good or not, but we're about to find out. This one's called, It Took Me an Hour and a Half to Drive Back the 15 Minutes to My Fucking Hotel Room. I've never been given directions. I remember the entirety of my youth being awestruck by my mother's ability to remember how to get to River Oaks Mall. We'd get over the Burnham Bridge, and I wouldn't know where the fuck we were. And this went on for years. I grew out of a lot of things through time. Picking my nose, combing my hair, mispronouncing Kerouac, and masturbating to clown porn. But my utter inability to master street signs or compass points has been the herpes of my existence. So last night, upon leaving the poetry reading in this strange new to me city, Toledo, I already knew I was fucked out of the gate. There's a confidence somewhere out there where all my shit's at. It's dark, despite the full beaver moon. I have no idea where I'm going, but the GPS has a semblance of a travel plan. That soothing, feminine AI voice never wavers in his confidence, sending me onto the freeway, vaguely toward Dayton, Ohio. Now, at some point, I've become increasingly aware that the hotel I rented for this 2-night accommodation is not 36 miles away from the village. But along with my directional retardation, the gods have gifted me with a blasé attitude toward reality and a dodgy accounting for time. When we finally arrive at the Comfort Inn, I'm impressed by how much larger the lobby is, how much cleaner the carpet, and in subtly different patterns, too. The outdoor pool has moved inside. This is the wrong fucking hotel altogether kindly. My inadvertent nonchalance toward her travel advice has been a pox upon our relationship. But the GPS seems so certain, that calm, reassuring voice undermining so indifferently. Back at the Jeep, we managed to recreate our trek back to the attic. Everything at once looking both familiar and alien, in the way all urban industrial hellscapes resemble the entire way I'm an angry missile, running red lights, driving one-way streets against traffic. My desperation has seared away every last vestige of the old Polish neighborhood. At the attic, I park in the back, take a few breaths long enough to focus, ignore the lost hour and a half, relax, and ask my wife which way do we go. 10 minutes later, we're back at our room eating chocolate frosties and watching stores roared reruns on A&E. This one's called My Idiot Kid. I happen to mention my retarded son in mixed company and immediately catch the attention of the most sophisticated person at the table. What has he been diagnosed with? She mimics empathy exceedingly well. Her sympathetic tone of voice, virtually indistinguishable from actual concern. Now I'm trapped in a conversational topic that can only reflect poorly upon me. Oh, he doesn't have clinical retardation. Because, fucking retarded. He won't take responsibility for himself. He burns himself boiling water for mac and cheese. He can't change a flat tire. He won't listen to me. He's, fucking retarded. The disdain she treats me with for the remainder of the night, that emotion is real. There's no doubt in my mind she truly believes I'm the asshole, just because my son can't get his shit together. I lost a couple of you with that one. Now, I promised my guru that I wouldn't read any more poems in public about my cock. This one's called Smoking Sweat Socks. It's about my cock. I was 11 years old the day I decided I might be a little too short in the pants to impress the ladies. I remember looking down at the front of my stonewashed jeans and thinking, there needs to be a much bigger bulge happening here. With my mother shouting at me to quit posing before the mirror, I get ready to go. I grab a pair of balled up sweat socks and shove them down my pants. I enter that goddamn wall like a patron saint of porno stars. Never had an 11-year-old walk with such swagger, such big dick confidence. I did not have a cent in my pocket or a hope to my dreams, but I had this oddly spherical bulge in my pants, enabling my groin to enter KP Toys 3 seconds before the rest of me. I tipped a wink and snap pointed at the cowgirl who regarded me with befuddlement tinged with, I could only hope, sexual curiosity. Surveying the action figures, I readjusted the bulge every 3 seconds until it shifted too far to the left and the sweat socks began the slow descent down my pants leg. Can I help you, the clerk asked, more suspicious than sexually curious, as though she intuitively grasped that not only was I a penile frog, but a lowly sneak thief as well. Model cars and mumbled, where are they? Next aisle over. She stood there waiting for me to make my move, her eyes flickering to the impressive bulge at my side. I knew taking a step would only increase the sock's rate of descent, but I saw no other alternative. By the time I maneuvered around the clerk, my knee was twice its normal size. Something about my sweaty, furtive demeanor prompted the clerk to follow me to the racket test door pane, at which point my ankle had swollen. She couldn't take her eyes off me, and I couldn't take my eyes off the model since the balled up socks popped out of my pants leg. I suddenly kicked the incriminating evidence away. The socks rolled toward the clerk's feet. Excuse me, she said. You dropped your socks. Those ain't my socks. I'm wearing them. I lifted my pants leg, revealing nearly identical socks. Those socks were there before I got here. My swagger gone forever, convinced the clerk somehow even now was alerting the rest of womandom to my secret shame. Do you have time for one more? One more. McGee wrote the song Higgs Boson Blues, and he was so fucking proud of himself and pleased for writing it, he wrote a postscript to it, and I listened to it, and I couldn't help but think, pompous ass. This poem's called Postscript to Smoking Sweat Socks. I had a complicated childhood. I realized pretty early on I was going to have to struggle just to qualify as unconventionally handsome. It seemed I didn't start growing hair until I was 8 and started losing it at 9. Following peaking in the 3rd grade provided a unique challenge for the remainder of my existence. I can remember when fellows screaming waves into their veins was fashionably acceptable, and I convinced my mother to carry me to her beautician so I could get some bounce seared in my mousy brown hair. I could see the pity peer from the hairstylist's green eyes when she said, "Oh, honey, your hair is much too thin for me to be able to do anything with that." I was 12 years old. Most memories consist of humiliating snapshots of trying to surf the tides of social acceptability from ripped jeans and gorgeous screening mullet during my Def Leppard era to dyed black hair and blacked out wardrobe once I discovered 9-inch nails. When The Doors movie premiered back in 1992, back before it was considered a comedy, I purchased a pair of leather pants and a concho belt from the mall, along with a pair of cowboy boots. I wore that ensemble every day for 3 months straight until I got tired of strangers continually asking if I were gay. I retired my leathers the day a random passerby asked how many cows it took to make my costume, and I answered, "Just one, your mom." Being chased in 90-degree heat, bare-chested in leather pants and boots, love bead necklace flipping my face, did not cry out, "I am the Lizard King." So did I smell sweat socks and do a toy store when I was 11 years old? You would make a fool out of all of us if you assume anything I write is true. Also, yes, absolutely did show socks down my pants. At the age of 11, after seeing the John Belushi skit on SNL, when I read this poem in public, I can see how I shift growing, as if 40 years later I'd still be playing the same games in my water-headed youth. Let me assure you that you can put a whole drawer full of diabetic socks down your pants and it won't make a bulge at all.
Richard Vargas. Let's start over, I'm sorry. Richard Vargas found his voice somewhere in between Charles Bukowski and Edward Field. He's afraid of Americans, but he's not for us. So please welcome to the stage, Richard Vargas.
Right here, you don't have to text me.
My 10 minutes. You probably start to Michele on Roadside, to the attic last night, to the crew here at Culture Class who are sharing the sacred space with us. Salute. At this age, I've realized it's a lot easier being a poet than it was when I was a kid. This poem is called What Does It Mean? The girl on stage had the face of a young Mayan princess, the body of a Playboy centerfold. Tugging at her black bikini bottoms, she smiled at me. And if I'd had it to bargain with, my soul would have been hers. Which brings to mind my 8th grade English teacher and the time she kept me after class to discuss something I had written. She paced back and forth in front of my desk, looking like a conviction-crazed prosecutor warming up for the kill. She waved my composition in front of my face like it was a piece of prized evidence. This bit about looking up the girl's dress in your math class? What does it mean? She caught me by surprise, and I just sat there like a startled jackrabbit, blinded by a pair of approaching headlights. This poem is titled Piss Test. Dick in hand, plastic cup in the other, waiting for something to happen. The faucets on the sink are gone. The drain is plugged. The window is locked. A sign on the wall says, "Don't flush." Your bladder relaxes. You pee the required amount. Realize you hold your innocence in your hand. Wonder how it has come to this. Scariest dream ever. Woke up, stumbled to the bathroom to pee, turned on the light, pulled down shorts, screamed, Nike swoosh on the head of my dick. This poem is titled Soulmate. The second time we met at Sunny's bar, she was telling me about the short stories of Paul Bowles and how some of them made her feel high. She said she was going home to get the book for me, and I'm thinking, yeah, right. But 15 minutes later, she walks back in, puts the book in front of me on the bar, orders another beer. Later, the drunk jailbird from Arizona, who had been bumming drinks all night, leans over and asks if she'd like to go make out in the parking lot. The great ones never miss an opening, and I knew she was something special when, shaking her head no, she looks at me and says, "I'd rather have my nipples shaved off with a cheese grater." This is the Screw City Poems, which came out this summer. This poem is for Julio Cesar Chavez. Tequila. Drinking it straight is kind of like climbing into the ring with a real pro, one of those Mexican fighters with a record of 40 wins by knockout and 2 losses by TKO. So the first shot goes down like liquid fire, and man, you know you're alive, dancing and juking, keeping a safe distance, scoring with jabs and uppercuts at will. It feels so good. You order another. More fire in the gut. Forget the lemon and salt. You ain't no sissy. Your opponent has a trickle of blood squirting from the corner of his eye. The black man with a silver head of hair sticking straight up, sitting at ringside, is smiling his toothy grin, blinding you with that timeless flash of polished gold. Hell, you say, this is so easy. Another, please, and this shot is smooth. The fire now more like a hot kiss. The young woman on the bar stool next to you is impressed and squeezes your knee. The Mexican boxer begins to wear down, his breathing telling you his heart is going to explode any minute. He's yours for the taking. You order another and another, admiring the Amazon strutting around the ring, holding up the posters announcing what round it is, knowing you can have your pick, or maybe all of them, later. Then, sensing it's time to finish him off, you decide to go in for the kill. And suddenly, he switches his stance. You were fighting a right-hander, but now he's a lefty. You walking into a headshot that lowers your jaw to the bar. You're back to the ropes. He begins to jab hot pokers of leather into your ribs, tenderizing you like one big piece of meat. And while lowering your arms to protect your body, you hear your date ask from far, far away, Can
You, still, drive.
Feel her hands in your pockets, searching for the keys as tequila brings back at you with scheming conquistador eyes.